You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, 11 p.m., March 18th, 2023. And we are continuing our playthrough of The Homecoming, a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, created by two friends, Pelle Holgren and Richard Schecke, something like that. Originally from Sweden. One's in London, one's in Sweden now. We played part one of this game. We broke it into two parts. Last night took about 5.5 hours, and I suspect we will conclude it tonight. It was, I had a blast. It's been a very enjoyable case. The writing is outstanding and quite funny. And I was thinking after we played it how much fun I actually had playing it with the chat, with the channel here. I feel very grateful to have discovered such a good group of people to share these experiences with. And it's really quite different from playing them solo. And I really do appreciate the channel. And then the extra fun of having the author come by, and it's always nerve-wracking when that happens, because there's some concern if the game is not going so well. But it is a pleasure when the game is so good. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to do today. We're going to have a little recap of the case before we jump back into it. I've written down a couple of notes of things we don't want to forget to do. Maybe you guys have as well. I got one important correction from Pelle about something a clue that we looked up that might be wrong in the table that we'll want to start with. What else? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we'll be playing the play-by-mail game from murdersbymail.com called The Case of the Blinded Birder. We're up to turn 12. I have the reply. So that'll be at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. If that's a turn 12, so you can't just jump into that, but you could catch up with us. We're probably 3/4 of the way through that one, I think. Okay, Jonathan has spotted a new box on the shelf. Yeah, I picked up this pocket detective game from Lucky Duck, the same company that makes Chronicles of Crime. It looks like it's very similar to the card-based detective games. Like there's one, what's the one I've just been playing a couple of? Crime Zoom. Something like that. You put out some cards. I don't have high hopes for it. It looks like I think they purchased the game. I think they bought a game that had been released in the past in different small deck releases, and they've combined 3 into one box. Something like that. Maybe we'll look at it one of these days. And then next week, we'll be playing another fan-made Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case called An Ember of Distraction. So I think we'll be doing a lot more of these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan cases. I think it's a good thing for us to do, to play these games. And maybe if we play enough of them, one of these companies will see that there's enough to make, Space Cowboys will see there's enough to make another big box with these fan cases. And Tina says, Crime Zoom is okay. Yeah, I played one completely solo, and I really felt it was really flat and not good at all. And then Greg and I played one, it was more enjoyable, but I tend to agree with you, nothing really special. Last thing I want to say is that I'll be doing another live question and answer session on March 26th. Earlier, I think 9 p.m. I scheduled it for. I'm starting to do these a little more frequently than I have in the past. I think the last one was a month or two ago. I think it's just good to get some practice in doing them. But if you've got questions for me and you can't make it live or you want to submit them early, there's a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild forum section for this channel, which you'll find a link on the YouTube About page. You can post it there, or you could post it in the YouTube Community tab for this page. I'm happy to take questions ahead of time. All right, so let's talk about... Where should we start? I guess we should do a little recap of this case. We started out with a dead body on a fence, a smelly dead body that had its face all cut up, a knife in the chest, found at the park, found at Southwark Park, here. On the east end of London. This is actually south end of London, not on the normal map, but off to the side like this. So this is a fan-made map, not by the authors of this case, but by the author of a previous case that several other cases have used. Anyway, body found on the morning of Monday morning, I believe it was, Sunday or Monday morning. We eventually tracked down who that body belonged to. The body belonged to someone named Whipple, Glenn Whipple, I believe it was. If I check my notes, he's got an entry in the newspaper. Glenn Whipple died, was a parishioner at a church, died of natural health problems, and died poor, but the church buried him. So the church arranged for him to be buried, and we discovered that what happened was the undertaker got approached by some criminal gang who did two things. They put the body of the woman in the coffin that was meant to hold Glenn Whipple, took Glenn Whipple out and staged his death on a fence, which we found out later the witness who discovered him took the note. The note seemed to be an attempt to make it look like some Indian immigrants had killed him, to start off some sort of war between dock workers, between the immigrant Indian dock workers and the native British dock workers. The woman that was put in the coffin, we believe, which was Anna and Tina had figured this out early, was a woman named Sister Manali, who was an Irish woman, but who was in favor of Anglo-Indian relations. That was her sort of focus of her charity work, I guess you would call it. And we don't know why someone wanted to kill her, but it was an elaborate plot that got her killed, involving setting up a meeting at her hotel and then having someone sneak in there, kill her, throw her body out the window, have a cart take her away. We know a group of people that met with her at the hotel. We know one of those people is involved in this, but we don't know who yet. That's sort of where we left off. But we do know that the group running the cart that took the body is part of this gang, this drunken gang that staged our body. So the questions we have, I made a little note of my questions. You can see if you have anything to add to this. Why kill Sister Manali? At first we thought that maybe this pastor who hates her, this racist pastor, might have been involved. We sort of wrapped him up in a very funny scene. He was complaining about the Indian restaurants and stuff, but he does not seem like he hates her, but he wouldn't kill her. Okay, so why kill her? Who killed her? Why stage Whipple? Why are they trying to work up this appearance of Indian immigrants killing a British dock worker or something like that? We know it's the same group behind two. At least we know that the same gang is proximally involved. We don't know if they've been hired by someone to kill Sister Manali. The Sister Manali killing, they are both related to some Indian immigration stuff, so probably the same person is behind the scenes pulling the strings. And then maybe a little side question is, who is this Indian son of a prince that we ran into at the restaurant or heard about at the restaurant, who may be involved in all this, but we don't know exactly how. So those are my questions. Are there any other questions that the channel has that I've forgotten? The other thing I neglected to mention yet is that this case has now gone live on Board Game Geek, so you can download it if you're thinking of playing it, or if you want to play along while with me and you want to download the newspaper or whatever. But remember, you shouldn't be off reading this. If you're in the chat playing with me, you shouldn't be reading stuff separately from me. If you want to play along with us, you should read. Everything is on camera that you get to see. Okay, those are my questions and recap. Anything I missed? Doesn't sound like the channel has jumped in with anything. All right, we did get token B. Token B, just basically telling us to mark this off, and we got this. I think we got this when we found out about Sister Manali. I believe that's what happened. Yes, when we learned about Sister Manali at the Anglo-Indian Club and her scheduled talk, and she never made it to the talk. So it would make sense that maybe someone didn't want her to make that speech, that talk. She was very charismatic. She was going to rally people to her cause. All right, so I've written that down. We visited one of our informants, Jasper Meeks, the medical examiner who told us about the body being old. And then I've gone over my questions. Okay, I made a couple of notes that I thought might be useful for us to not forget to do. First of all, at the hotel of Sister Manali, I don't remember if we learned her real name when we visited the Anglo-Indian Club, but we shouldn't forget that we did find her real passport in her hotel room, and her real name is Carolyn Maloney. That might be important for us. If we want to find out who would want to kill her and why, we may be able to visit her family, trace down some relatives who might have some insight. The second note was the Indian at the restaurant who's dressed very flowery with silk and pearls. He says, "I'm the son of a prince." I just made a note here that we might go to the Indian embassy. If he really is the son of a prince, they might have some information on him. Chat says something. Let's see. Jonathan says, "I'm a little curious if this spoiled prince is for real, if he could possibly be an actor portraying a character. That's a very interesting idea." Anna says, "The princeling who made a scene in the pub seemed fake to me, like he was trying to cause a scene." That's a very interesting reading. That had not occurred to me. It was so specific about coconut that I found it hard to believe that that would be fake. Okay, the flowers. Anna reminds us, yes, there was one lone marigold left outside the room that the maid brought in. What we think is that, what I think at least, is that the person who came, they had to come into the hotel and find out her room number to visit her. And then the killer snuck into her room and killed her. So I think one of the visitors to her left a flower outside her door as their way of signaling that this is the door where Manali is, so the killers could find it without having to show their faces at the desk and ask for her room number. So one question we had is, where is this rare, unusual marigold from? Was it possibly bought at a local florist? We didn't find a real nearby florist, but we might check around there, or we'll just keep our eyes open for any scenes where we see any marigolds. A couple more notes. One is, we ran into Lestrade at sort of the halfway point after the hotel, and he told us that he had solved Glenn Whipple's case. And he told us something that I think it might pay to reread, just so we know, so we get a better grasp of what he's trying to tell us. It wasn't very clear whether he was pointing to the Undertaker that we already ran into, because he talked about a cockeyed assistant, but then he didn't call him an Undertaker. He called him something else. So I want to make sure I understand that. There's the role of the dock workers, because we're told, it's clear there's a tie-in with the docks here. And we were told when we visited the Undertaker, his assistant said, "Go check out the dock workers." That's who approached us. So we do think that those could be our culprits. Our gang as a member of dock workers. And one of the corrections we have to do at the start of this case involves that. Last thing I just was thinking of yesterday, we don't really know what the title of this case has to do with this case yet. It's called The Homecoming. It's not exactly clear what that's about. Also, note, now that I think of it, Carolyn Maloney, who's Sister Manali, we also have her itinerary. Whether that's relevant for us, I don't know. All right, have I covered everything? Are we caught up? Are we ready to get back into this? Anything I missed? Okay, everyone seems ready. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll start by doing that correction. Okay, so what Pella said was that we went looking for the docks. We went to the West India dock and the East India dock. That's 90. Let me find where when we actually went there. So they're all in the 94s to 99s, the docks. And we went there soon after visiting the Undertaker, I believe. Yes, okay, so there's our docks. And it looks like there's an entry for the East India dock and the West India dock. Okay. So there's the... Let's go to where you can see it better. Okay, so there's the East India docks, 99, and the West India docks, 97. So I want you to note that this map, which is titled London's East End, is actually two neighborhoods. It's actually the East End here, which dips down here. This is also clearly part of the East End map because you can see 2119. And then just this section here is the South. And there's a 19 and 21 here. So this is South. And then this, including from here up, is East. And I think what Pele was saying was when we looked up and tried to find the East India dock, that was 99 East. So 99 East was 198. And then 97, the West India dock, was 97 East. And that's what we wrote down. And 97 East is 251. So we wrote down those right numbers, 251 and 198. All right, and then we looked those up. All right, so when we looked those up, what did we find? When we looked those up, 198 and 251. Okay, so 198 was the East India docks. Who's in charge? They point us to Jardine and Matheson, the shipping company, which we talked to. And in fact, that's worth noting here because it's worth adding to the note. Because Jardine and Matheson alluded to some trouble. They're like, you work for Sherlock Holmes, huh? Maybe he could help us with something. And then they're like, never mind. So I think that's suggesting this tie-in with trouble with the dock workers. Okay. But then we looked up 251, which was the West India docks. And when we looked up 251, there's no entry for 251. The game tells us that that can sometimes happen. It's a false lead. But apparently that was not by design. Apparently, I think what Pella was saying was that he mistakenly categorized the West India docks under South. I think that's what he was saying. So that if we look up 97, not East, but South, we'll get 111 for the West India docks. West India docks. So let's see if there is indeed an entry for 97 South, West India docks, under 111. Because if so, this could be an important clue for us. Yes, there is. Okay, so that's what happened. And now we're going to visit the West India docks properly. Arriving at the West India docks, we see no signs of yesterday's violence. That's in the paper, talked about that. Stevedores are carrying sacks, crates, and barrels across planks and up and down steps, to and from ships, barges, and warehouses. The workers all have their quotas to fill, and nobody seems to be in the mood to answer questions. Eventually, we notice a group of men apparently spending their well-deserved break in heated conversation. As we get closer, we decide to listen in before introducing ourselves. "Well, I think it's only natural," says one of them, a stocky, ruddy-faced man, "that the British ships run by British companies should employ British laborers, and if them foreigners try to pinch what's ours, it's our right to defend ourselves. There just isn't enough work for everyone." There are emphatic nods from around the group. Another man of average build with a passionate look in his eyes, albeit with one black eye and several cuts across his brow, grabs the man by his shirt sleeve. "But don't you see, Fred? The reason why the shipping companies are using Lascars in the first place is only because they're able to squeeze them even more than they're squeezing us. We should be defending them, not attacking them. They are our brothers. The fight is their fight is our fight. The age-old conflict between the oppressor and the others laugh mockingly. "The oppressor? You've been spending too much time with Bobby Duncan over at Maryward House," Fred replies, "dreaming of a better world." "That's right. The unions have done a lot of good for us. We all know that, but I like to keep my proletariat national, if you know what I mean," another man chimes in. Fred continues, "Yeah, that's right. You go defend the rights of the darkies, Jimmy. Go on, welcome them with open arms, and watch 'em stick a knife in your chest." "Right. That is where they done it," the second man says, poking at Jimmy's rib cage. "We don't know who is behind that," cries Jimmy. You want to open your eyes there, son. Billy said it himself. There was a note on the body saying to kill all the English, or some such thing." Jimmy scoffs. "I don't trust Billy Bottle as far as I can throw him. For all I know, he could have murdered that poor man himself. If Duncan and his men hadn't showed up yesterday to calm things down, him and his drunken lot would have put all of you out of work by now." "Well, at least he's trying to do something about it all, instead of just holding meetings and talking shit. And at each end of the day, it's a dog-eat-dog world, and I won't be the dog that gets eaten." "Yeah, but what if the dogs could, I don't know." Fred flicks his fag end in the water and walks off without a word. The other men follow him, leaving Jimmy by himself. We approach Jimmy and introduce ourselves. "How do you do, sir? We work for Mr. Sherlock Holmes." Jimmy looks up in surprise. "Sherlock Holmes employs boys of your age?" "Sir, he makes you chase criminals, does he? Murderers and the sort?" "Well, chase is perhaps. Does he pay you decent wages?" Before Wiggins has time to think of an answer, Jimmy stands up straight, puts his hands on his hips, and gazes out across the dockyards, takes in the myriad of men toiling in the chilly air, and inhales sharply through the nose. "No, there is simply too much amiss with the world for me to stand around idly chatting." With this, he bids us farewell and quickly heads off with resolute strides. Okay, so we've got some big clues here of names that are relevant for us. Let's read about it. Let's revisit it. Okay, so we're hearing the workers complaining about the immigrant Lascars, the Indian Lascars, taking their jobs. And you can see there's a difference of opinion here. Some of these laborers are against the Indian Lascars, and the other ones are much more class struggle. We're all workers. We're all in it together. So let's see what names we got here. So this guy, that Fred is the guy who's complaining about the Indians taking the work. This other guy's speaking up and saying it's just a class struggle. Okay, you've been spending too much time with Bobby Duncan at Merryword. Okay, so Bobby Duncan at Merryword is another class struggle guy. The workers are all in it together, dreaming of a better world. And the unions. Okay, Fred continues. So Fred is the anti-immigrant. He's like, you defend the right of the darkies, Jimmy. So this is Jimmy, and is doing class struggle with Bobby, and Fred is against it. So Fred is against the immigrants, against the Lascars, we should say. Okay, and then they discuss that body. So that makes sense by our thinking, that the body was set up to make the Indians look bad. Billy said it himself. There was a note on the body. Okay, so I don't trust Billy Bottle. Okay, so who is Billy Bottle? Billy Bottle was not the person who found the note and the body, right? That's not our witness. That was a Martin Scopes. Martin Scopes is the one that found the body. I don't know who Billy Bottle is. But then Jimmy, who's the class struggle guy, he's saying you can't trust Billy Bottle, who's trying to blame the immigrants. And this guy is saying, for all I know, Billy Bottle was the one who killed him. If Duncan and his men hadn't showed up yesterday, that's the person who's the union in favor of them all working together. Him and his drunken lot. Okay, so this seems like this is our criminal, Billy Bottle. Billy Bottle. Billy Bottle and his drunken racists is what we've got here. This is our gang right here. So Bobby Duncan is the communist class struggle, and Billy Bottle is the head of the racist drunken gang. Remember, our gang that has done all this bad stuff are the drunken lot. And somehow Billy knows about the note. Notice that Billy knows about a note, even though, from what we know, the person who found the body took the note and didn't tell anyone. At least he didn't tell us that he's told anyone. So I wonder if this isn't a clue, like why does this guy know about the note? I think that's a clue. Because they don't work in the same dockyard as the guy who found the body. Right? The guy who found the body, Martin Scopes, works down at the commercial docks, way on the other side of this neighborhood. But somehow Billy Bottle knows. Okay, so we've got Billy Bottle. We don't learn anything about where he is though, right? But maybe we've got his name now. And his drunken lot. And then we've got the communist union class struggle people. And that's Bobby, don't look over there. Bobby Duncan at the Mayward house. He might give us some background information. And Jimmy, we don't have Jimmy's last name, right? All right, so that was obviously a key clue. It's good that we found that problem, and it's good that the authors saw that we had missed it, that we had fallen into that trap and corrected it. All right, so we were, when we left yesterday, pursuing the hotel. Now we've got these other options to pursue. I suppose we should probably use the directory to find out the addresses of these people. And then we can decide who we want to visit. All right, let's see if we can find Billy Bottle in the directory. What have we got here? No Bottle. There's a Billy entry, but that's not gonna be it. Billy Bottle. No mention of where Billy Bottle was, huh? I mean, it sounds like a nickname, Billy Bottle. So it's not so surprising that he's not in the directory, but no easy way to get it. But maybe Duncan, the communist, knows about Billy Bottle. And Bobby Duncan at the Mayward House. So if we look up, we can look up Duncan first. Bobby Duncan is at 83 East. And then what about the Mayward House? What do you think the Mayward House is? Is it a communist union? It's probably a union place. The Mayward House is 22 East. All right, so those might be good leads to get more information about Billy Bottle and his gang. But I don't know if we want to do that or if we want to pursue the hotel stuff. Anna says, it sounds like a nickname of someone who drinks a lot. Yes. Well, it's an interesting question. Now that we know they hang out at the West India docks, I wonder if it might pay to look for pubs near there. It's not just pubs you have to look for, right? That's the part that's a little tricky. It's public houses, but also inns sometimes, right? So let's see, we would be looking for an East Inn or an East pub. So we've got the Angel and Crown. Let's see if there's any that look like it's the dock workers type of place. The Angel and Crown, 82. The Black Swan, the Blue Ball. There are actually a bunch of these places in the East. 73 East. What are we near here at the West India docks? So there's the West India docks. I mean, I suppose all of these places, it's a pretty small neighborhood. But if this is the West India docks, we've got a pub right here, an inn right here, 25 East. The Black Swan. We've got the Frying Pan right here. The Queen's Head is at 52, a little bit further up. 73. So we've got 2 bars right a couple blocks away. That's very tempting. Those are inns. Now, as far as public houses, we've got a bunch near there too. We've got one at 23, right down there. There's a public house. 33 southeast. Oh, is that southeast? The Elephant's Nest is down in the south. The Nag's Head is 48. All right, Anna says let's go to those pubs. You want to go to those pubs before we follow up with the hotel? All right. Let's try going to these inns and public houses. All right, so the inns, we have one. Okay, we're going to put this at West India Dock, nearby drinking. All right, so let's see. We'll go to the closest ones, and then if we don't find them there, we'll defer for later. So we've got 25 East, that's the Black Swan. And then there was 17 East, which was the Frying Pan. Then we've got, let's see if there's any others really nearby. Okay, so those are the inns that are really nearby. And then what about public houses really nearby? 23 East. 23 East is called the Anchor. That sounds tempting. Then we've got 48 East Nag's Head. That's a bit further away. Okay, so there's our 3 best drinking establishments near the West India docks. Let's see if any of those are visitable. 25 East, there's no 25, so no. 17 East, there's no 17, no. 23, there is an entry for. 23 East would be 265. And this was a pub. 23 East was the Anchor. The Anchor does sound very promising as a bar hangout for dock workers. Let's see if our hunch is right. 265. All right, looks like we got something. There's a woman serving drinks, it looks like. All right. Hopeful glances are cast our way as we step inside the Anchor, but they're soon turned away in disappointment. The pub's main clientele are dockers waiting to be called on by some harbor master or other. Pints of gin and beer fill the small tables, some of which double as pillows for exhausted customers. We make our way towards the bar. The publican is a burly man with a grim, set look on his face. Wiggins deepens his voice as best he can. "Hello, sir. We're looking for—" "I never heard of him." "If you're looking for free rounds, you're 1 day late, boys," says a pock-marked man with an Irish accent next to us. He's grinning widely. "How so?" "I reckon Billy Bottle needs a long kip after last night. What a shindig. He came in here and declared that he'd buy a pint for every man who'd promised to smack an Indian on the nozzle. And believe you me, he kept 'em coming. A most generous gentleman." Is that his real name, Billy Bottle? Wiggins asks. Real enough. And I can imagine how he earned it. Things always get out of hand with Billy around. So you take my advice and stay out of this vigilante business of his. In a mock whisper, he adds, but don't tell him I told you. Do you know where he lodges? I only see him here, thankfully. Try consulting Clevel. He practically lives here. Still smiling, he nods towards a spindly man of uncertain age in a drab coat, sitting alone by the coal fire with an empty half-pint in his hand. After a silent transaction with the barman, Wiggins approaches Clevel and offers him a full glass. He lightens up. Much obliged, son. I was running a little dry here. He downs the glass in one go. Do you know where we could find Billy Bottle today? Wiggins asks. Oh, Billy, he'll come by soon, I'm sure. Him and his Calvin crew. Promised to buy us all another round today, didn't he? Calvin crew? Yes, that's what people here call the gang he runs with. I don't know why. Maybe it's the area they're from. They've always been good fun until them Indians started taking their jobs from them. Hard to find work for good, honest Englishmen these days, but Billy seems to have struck it lucky. So stick around, I'm sure he'll treat you too. Struck it lucky? Oh yes, some days ago, Sunday, Saturday, I can't remember exactly, this old posh feller comes in and asks for a couple of strong men to do a job. No questions asked. Don't worry, mate. You'll never see her again, Billy says. So I guess it was insurance business. Billy had to scuttle some barge or some other, you know. Well, that's the kind of work he gets these days. A bloody shame is what it is, born and bred in this here country. After another generous swig, Clevel's glass is dry. Real shame. Anyway, yesterday Billy walked right in here and he got the taps running for everyone. He'll be back soon, I'm sure. This old man, do you know who he was? Never seen him before. Not the kind that usually hangs around this place. He was tall, I remember that. Very serious. We chat some more with Clevel, waiting for Billy to turn up, but after a while we decide that our time will be better spent elsewhere. We treat Clevel to another drink and leave. All right, we are fast. We are on the trail. All right, so now it all makes sense to us. Billy Bottle was hired to do a job. This guy heard him say, don't worry, mate, you'll never see her again, and just assumed that he was talking about scuttling a ship. The her was the ship for insurance money, but we know he was talking about killing this woman. Okay, so the Calvin crew is the name of Billy Bottle's gang. Billy Bottle and the Calvin crew. And now we know he was hired by an old man. Let's get the full description because this is important. Saturday, Sunday, which is the time when all this happened, posh fella comes in. Hired by a posh fellow. No questions asked. Okay, we asked if we've seen him. He says, never seen him, but he's not the kind who comes around here because he's too posh, very serious. Tall. Okay, so keep your eyes open for this guy who hired this gang to get rid of the woman. All right, so now this feels right to us. This gang probably on their own, decided to prop up the body of the dead body and make it look like the Indian Lascars attacked it. That's their own motivation. But they were hired to get rid of the woman. So I think we've sort of wrapped up our Whipple thing. I think they came up with that on their own. Billy Bottle did. But he was hired to get rid of the woman, and we don't know by whom. All right, well, that was fun that we found that bar at the Anchor. That made sense. All right. And the Calvin crew. Okay. But probably we don't need to locate them any further. I mean, we may run into them again, but we don't need to go hunting for them. Although if we did, maybe we could find out more about this old man. I'll tell you what could tell us who the old man is. Let's see if the audience can answer. How could we find that old man? A posh old man came into the bar, hired our guys. How could we figure out who that old man is? That's right. The cab logs. That's right. That seems like something that the cab logs could tell us. Of course, he could have taken his own carriage, but we know a day, although it's several days ago, they may not keep the cab logs out that many days. But it might be. Let's make a note. All right, so we visited the India docks. But let's make a note to check cab logs for posh, tall man going to 23 East, the Anchor. Shall we check that now? Or do you want to wait on that? Anna says, can we go after the sisters' visitors now? We'll see ourselves. The one who left the flower. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the gist of it, although I don't understand the part about we'll see ourselves and the one who left the flower. I don't know exactly what that means, but we can put off the cab logs and go to the hotel stuff first. Absolutely. There's a bunch of leads to find out more about Sister Manali. In fact, I want to remember that the Times wrote an article about her. We're told about Manali. I almost want to go back to the Anglo-Indian Club and read that paragraph about Sister Manali where we first heard about her, because I feel like that he had some interesting information there that we sort of may have skimmed, because we weren't 100% sure she was our woman yet. 46. Let me just quickly look at that to refresh my memory on whether he told us her full name and if he told us why it was important. So we're going to spend a little bit of time with tracing down Sister Manali, but let's just check this out quickly. So we knocked on the Anglo-Indian Club, which had a talk by Manali that was canceled, and we met Benjamin Utley, head of staff at the Anglo-Indian Club. Okay, we go in there, they're playing pool, they're talking about this is mostly a place for people who come back to London, England after being abroad. And then they tell us about Sister Manali. Brave soul, traveling the world by herself, headstrong Irish woman. She was born in Dingle in County Cavan. Her father, a man by the name of Maloney. Okay, so we were told her real name was Maloney. Now we know her full name is Carolyn Maloney. But we were told her true name. Her father was a staunch nationalist. She went to India, got enthralled by Hinduism and India, and came back. Her new name's Manali, one who catches fish. She came back to preach the coming together of the countries. Father and mother, India and Britain. She wants everyone to work together. If you have a well, would you let your sister drink from the filthy river? Okay. And then he says, I assure you that her message is delivered with enough intelligence and charm to persuade the most staunch Hobbesian. So obviously this woman was converting people. So maybe someone had a reason to stop her. She was too charismatic. She's traveling in Europe, trying to secure funding for the building and staffing of 2 girls' schools. So that was her purpose, if someone wanted to stop that for some reason, although it's hard to understand why someone would have a vested interest in stopping that. And then she was invited to give a talk 2 weeks ago, which was a success, and the Times even sent a reporter. So this is why Henry Ellis at the Times may know about her speech 2 weeks ago and could fill us in on some background. And then the crowd was happy except Deacon Niblick, who we met up with. He said something about ship turtles. We know that's the restaurant now. She came back to London. The hotel, she left on Sunday around noon, missing. That's it. And then they call the police. Okay, so that's it. Nothing huge, but confirming what we already knew, I guess. Okay. When we met them, we'll see if he's tall. Oh, when we meet the visitors, we'll see if we find one who's tall, old, serious, posh. I suspect that the tall, posh man didn't go to her hotel by himself. And Anna is saying maybe the title of the game Homecoming is about the sisters coming home. I think, and that's possible, though remember, her home is Ireland, not England. But I do think the Times reporter might fill us in a little bit on background. And in fact, let me suggest that we go there now, because we're going to take a break soon. And before we start interviewing hotel visitors, maybe we'll just do a little bit of cleanup here. So to get us a little background about Sister Manali, I think we go to the Henry Ellis, the reporter for the London Times. Okay, 30 EC. And before I forget, actually, let me make note that we went to that Anchor Bar 23. Okay, so 30 EC, Henry Ellis. Just going to get a little background on Sister Manali before we start digging into her visitors and stuff. Okay, 30 EC and is 10. And I'm not going to mark it on the map that we've gone there because its location is irrelevant to any of our case details. Like we don't know the criminal lived near here. Okay, here we go. This is a little bit like reading the news, maybe, sprinkling the informants out. Yes, we had one of our boys sent over to cover Sister Manali's lecture on February the 4th, Henry Ellis confirms, but somehow it never reached publication at the time, and now she's gone missing, apparently. Do you suspect foul play? We're not sure, Wiggins replies, but it may be worthwhile to have a talk with your reporter. Alas, you missed him by 15 minutes, but I might find his notes. I'll go have a look. Ellis returns a minute later with a bunch of shorthand notes. With his quick eyes, he's able to interpret and summarize them for us. So, this Sister Manali's apparently here to raise money for an educational cause. She hopes to open several girls' schools in India, teaching hygiene, sewing, etc. She's pained by the, what's that now? The misery of the common Indian man under the British Raj. That's the Hindi word for rule, by the way. Only by acknowledging the problems through social and educational reforms can we hope to stem the, what does this say? The violent forces calling for unconditional independence. He's reading the shorthand notes of the reporter, so he's having a little bit of trouble making them out. And then she made some rhetorical number about a knife. Let's see here. Behind a deep frown, Ellis's mind battles with the shorthand for a while. If I understand this correctly, he resumes, she was carrying a knife in a chain around her neck. She said something like, "This is a Bengali wedding knife. It's given to a girl at engagement and used for self-defense. India and Britain are like two partners in an engagement. We must start caring for our common goals, our common future. Otherwise, the knife might be used in the wrong way." Something like that. Does it say anything about who was in the audience? Well, not really. An inspired crowd, it says. We thank our old friend and leave the office. Okay, is this our knife? A Bengali wedding knife. Is this our knife? We know it's a Bengali knife, an Indian knife, but do we know specifically that it was a Bengali wedding knife? Around her neck? It would make sense, wouldn't it? That's how they got the knife, the Indian knife. That's why they were like, okay, that's where the gang was like, oh, we can make use of this. So they took the knife off her necklace and stabbed it into the body and made it look like the Indians killed that thing. So I think we found where the knife came from. Another little piece of the puzzle. Remember the guy, remember it was, I think it was Meeks who said, hey, if you guys all look at this gang of you, each of you solve one of the pieces and you'll have this puzzle fixed in no time. Okay, so let us take our break here and we'll come back and then we'll start finding who was visiting Sister Manali, Carolyn Maloney, and can we find the accomplice? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, time to track down the visitors to Sister Manali's hotel room. According to my note, we had 4 visitors scheduled. Let's see here. 4 visitors scheduled. Ward Musgrove at 1 p.m., Mrs. Kenton at 2, David Godfrey at 3 p.m. He was a no-show. And then Dr. Richards at 4 p.m. When we followed up, When we followed up, we were told by the desk worker on duty that Dr. Richard did arrive at 4 p.m., her last scheduled visitor, as planned, but also that David Godfrey, who's showing as a no-show, his valet did come up. Did come and get the room number. Now, does anyone remember if the valet was the prince? Am I remembering that right? Or was that Lord Musgrove's man with a message? One of them is our Indian prince. I'm just trying to remember. I think it was his Godfrey's valet. Let me see if the chat agrees with that or thinks it was the other person. The valet was the man with the pink shirt and the pearls, the prince. Okay, so Godfrey's valet. I don't know why I didn't write this. This was our prince, our Indian prince. Okay. Should have written that down. All right, so all four of these people did show up or send someone to show up. Let's identify their addresses. Okay, so these are the Manali visitors. 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. So Lord Musgrove's man. 2 p.m. is Mrs. Kenton. 3 p.m. is David Godfrey's valet. And 4 p.m. was Dr. Richards. Okay, let's see if we can find these people. So, Lord Musgrove. Lord Gordon Musgrove, 79 Northwest. Lord Gordon Musgrove. Okay, so that's 79 Northwest. All right. Then we've got a Miss Kenton. Okay. Looks like Miss Kentnor. Clorinda Kentnor. 26 EC. Her name was a little hard to read, so Kentnor could definitely have been what it said. Okay, David Godfrey. Remembering that Godfrey himself didn't show up, but his valet, or someone claiming to be his valet. Let's see if we can find him. All right, there he is. David Godfrey, not Daniel. David Godfrey is 73 Southwest. And then we've got a Dr. Richards, which might have an easier time finding it under doctors. Here's our doctors. Let's see if we have a Dr. Richards. Yes, we do. 83 WC. And then we might make a further note that it's possible that one of these people showed up claiming to be someone. We might also look for cab records here. I'm going to put that on my to-do list. I've already said check cab logs for the posh tall man going to 23 East on Sunday or Saturday. Cab to Manali Hotel would be another reason we might want to check the cab records. All right. I think thematically it might be fun if we go backwards today. Let's start with Dr. Richards. I want to pay particular attention if any of them saw the marigold outside the door or saw anything. So let's start with Dr. Richards. We'll see why maybe he can tell us why he was trying to meet with her. 83 WC. Let's put it on our map. We're in proper London proper now. All right, where is 83 WC? Right there. Our hotel, let me remind you, is all the way here. Here. No, sorry. Hotel's here. The Great Midland Hotel. Right down here. Okay, our doctor lives in 83 WC. Let's see what he has to say for himself. 83 WC is 104. We knock on the door to the residence of Dr. Richards. It's a grand house by any standards, but comparatively modest next to the surrounding affluence. After a few moments, a tall, gaunt, bald man dressed in a butler's uniform answers the door, eyeing us for a moment before speaking. Yes? Hello, sir, Wiggins starts, uncharacteristically intimidated. We're looking into, on behalf of Sherlock Holmes, that is, the disappearance of one Sister Manali. Oh, worrying business, the butler replies matter-of-factly. Any news? His thin, pallid face shows no emotion, but the terseness of his conversation is offset by the softness of his voice. And although at the same time piercing and weary, his gaze betrays a certain kindness of heart. No, not really, answers Wiggins. We're just asking around to see... Please wait here, gentlemen. He turns around, his economy of movement matching that of his words, glides down the paneled hallway and through a doorway to the right. As we wait, we hear the shrill clanking of a bell from somewhere inside the house, and at the end of the hall we see servants running up and down a staircase. The butler returns and beckons for us to follow him. Dr. Richards has been quite beside himself, he comments as we trail behind him. Further along, a maid is coming down the stairs lugging a large framed painting. We turn into a dimly lit parlor filled with exotic clutter, arts and crafts with a decidedly Hindu bent, which gives the room an almost temple-like quality, an impression reinforced by the heavy scent of incense. The thick, dark curtains are half closed, allowing only a sliver of light to seep in through the window, which is further obscured by numerous statues, figurines, and pieces of pottery. The walls are lined with paintings of a similarly exotic nature. At his desk, we see what we presume to be Dr. Richards, hunched over a large tome, reading by the light of a candle. As we enter, he gets up from his chair. "Oh, extraordinary," he mumbles to himself, his thoughts apparently still immersed in his topic of study. His physique contrasts with that of his manservant to an almost comical degree. Dr. Richards is short and stocky, with a round, ruddy yet childlike face and a thick head of unkempt hair. "Sir," the butler reminds his master. "Oh, right, yes, the young detectives," he says, in a high-strung voice as he gets up, knocking a few papers off the desk as he does so. "Oh, please come in and have a seat. Would you like some tea?" Dr. Richards gestures towards a table, but is then immediately distracted and walks over to the window to rearrange some figurines on a display stand. The maid with the painting appears in the doorway. Master bedroom," the butler curtly informs her. "Oh, don't be too harsh on her, Alfred," Dr. Richards comments. "She's never been in there." Turning to us with a smile, he continues. "I apologize. It's all been a bit chaotic since Vera left." Alfred, who is parked beside the doorway watching the conversation, shuffles his feet. "Oh, Alfred's done a splendid job of filling in for her while we seek to fill the position, of course. But one tends not to realize how important a good housekeeper is for the smooth running of the household until she's gone." "Dr. Richards, about Sister Manali," Wiggins starts. "Oh, yes, Sister Manali, of course, I'm sorry. A remarkable woman. Yes, it really has been quite an eye-opener to hear about her work in Calcutta. I've seen a bit of those slums in my youth, you know, in person, I mean. A memory of them always awakens a sad frustration in me. So getting an opportunity to contribute in some small way to improving the conditions of life for the poor wretches who live there has been very, meaningful to me, life-changing even. To live in service of others, while often construed as a drudgery of self-sacrifice, can in fact, quite paradoxically, present the opportunity for a great liberation from—" The bell chimes again, interrupting his train of thought. Wiggins takes the opportunity to interject. "Could you please tell us about the last time you saw her, Doctor?" "I was going to see her on Saturday at the Midland Grand Hotel to discuss my future benefaction to her mission. But when I got there—" Dr. Richard's eyes glaze over and he sways for a moment, steadying himself on the trunk of a large wooden Ganesha. "The worry is taking its toll, you understand," Alfred explains and turns to Dr. Richards. "Would you like the gentleman to come back later, sir?" "No, I'm fine, thank you, Alfred. Where were we? Yes, she wasn't there, was she? They informed me that she had gone out, but no one knew where to. And then I heard from the Anglo-Indian Club that she had gone missing." Another maid appears in the doorway and approaches Alfred with a look of despair. A subdued but agitated conversation ensues. We can only make out snippets. "Turn the plate over. I don't know what to do." "Oh, do go with her, Alfred," Dr. Richards tells the butler. "I'm sure we can manage here," he adds, flashing us a nervous smile. Alfred hesitates for a moment before turning around. "Oh, and did you make sure to inform Bonhams?" the doctor inquires. The butler answers in the affirmative and leaves with the maid. Big plans, he declares cryptically, smiling at us, and then turns back to his figurines, adding, postponed. Dr. Richards, if we could ask you, I can't seem to find Callie. Perhaps the staff left her in the... I must ask Alfred, he'll know. The goddess of death, huh? Who would worship such an abomination, you may ask? The doctor turns to us, nodding his head. Well, it's not the complete picture, you see. It's true, her name does have its origin in the Sanskrit word for black, I believe, but the dark aspects have been greatly overstated. And for that matter, even in cultures more proximate to our own, the color isn't inescapably associated with le monde sinister. There exist several black Madonnas of Byzantine origin, for instance, and then we have the gypsy Saint Sarah Lacaille. Of course, did you know she's Irish? Bluntly ignoring the question if indeed it was one, Wiggins takes out a list with the names of the other visitors to Sister Manali's hotel and asks whether the doctor could tell us anything about them. Oh, this one I'm not terribly well acquainted with, Dr. Richards says, indicating Lady Kentnor. A bit of a church bell is my impression. Now, Lord Musgrove and I are fellow members of the Anglo-Indian Club and fellow admirers of Sister Manali, I might add. He's quite the reserved gentleman. When we were first introduced, I thought him rather an anemic sort of chap, with his puny frame and timid manners. I couldn't even imagine that pale visage in the colonies. A plant like that only grows under the English sun, eh? Well, then I find out that his great hero in life is, of all people, Byron. Would you believe it? He roars with laughter at the thought. Noticing Simpson examining what looks like a large clay water pot, Dr. Richards exclaims, "Oh, I see the Gotham has caught your eye." Wiggins glowers at Simpson as the doctor walks over to pick up the pot, sits down cross-legged on the thick rug with it between his legs, and proceeds to tap a rhythm with his fingers, explaining as he does. You see, it's a musical instrument. You alter the tone quality by pressing your belly against it. In an attempt to illustrate, Dr. Richards displays his lack of coordination by puffing out his chest, a maneuver which results in him arching his spine and throwing his head back at an alarmingly unnatural angle. Like so, he half shouts, his face towards the ceiling. Tone quality remains unaltered. Alfred returns, seemingly unfazed at the sight of his master's contorted frame. Their eyes meet, and Dr. Richards suddenly remembers. Oh, the tea! Dear boys, I'm so sorry, I completely forgot. Won't you sit down? Wiggins, pressing on, declines the offer. Did you know if any of them had any reason to hurt Sister Manali, sir? I'm sorry to interrupt, Alfred interrupts, but do you suspect foul play? Well, it can't be ruled out, can it? Wiggins replies. Well, shouldn't this be a matter for the constabulary? Let's just say we're helping them out beforehand, like... Wiggins winks at the butler, who seems slightly fazed by the proposition, but responds with a subtle nod. Well, if that were so, my money would be on that Godfrey fellow. Seeing our surprise, Dr. Richards laughs apologetically. No, I'm joking, of course. I wouldn't accuse a man without proper cause, but I do find him rather an unsavory character, I have to admit. He has spent more than half his life in the East, but I've only ever heard him speak of the Indians and their culture with disdain. If it weren't for men like him, perhaps Sister Manali's task wouldn't have been so daunting. Perhaps some things would have been different. Dr. Richards grows pensive, looking out into the hallway. We talk about educating them, but I wonder if we ourselves, with our carnivorous tastes and domineering manners, are not the ones in need of edification. We may have advanced somewhat further in our harnessing of the physical energies, but in matters of spirit, gentlemen, it is we who are the barbarians. It's possible that spending my childhood and adolescence in India made me more sensitive to these matters, but it does astonish me how often it escapes us that these people are blessed with a childlike innocence, and that any corruption of that innocence stems directly from our own crimes. Dr. Richards takes out a silver pocket watch from his waistcoat and gives it a polish with the sleeve of his arm. This thing has been in my family. Yes, Alfred, they're all my family after all, aren't they? For 230 years, since before my father made his railway fortune, since before my great-great-grandfather bludgeoned that Viscount, measuring the hours, minutes, and seconds in a perpetual cycle. And can you honestly say the world is a much better place today? Do our spirits suffer less than those of our ancestors? Do we steer the course of our lives with any more confidence than they did? No, boys, we are not masters of our fates. Dr. Richards looks at us in silence. Sorry, sir. I think we have to ask the young gentleman. Oh, this is Alfred. I'm sorry, sir. I think we have to ask the young gentleman to leave now. Yes, Alfred, Dr. Richard smiles. Plenty still to do, isn't there? He sits back down at his desk as the butler escorts us to the door, thanks us for our visit, and wishes us good luck with our investigation. Okay, well, that was a long scene with the strange Dr. Richards. And he says his money is on Godfrey, who clearly does not like the Indians. Okay, so his money is on Godfrey. He tells us that Lady Kentnor is a bit of a church belle. And then he tells us that Lord Musgrove is like-minded with him. What else? I felt like there might have been something else mentioned that I didn't circle at the time, but I probably should have. What is going on in this house? Oh, it sounded like me. I wonder if it wasn't related to the newspaper article asking for a butler. Butler. 89 Queens Walk. Well, it's a different place, but it sounded like... Let's see. There was something else. He went and saw her. There's weird stuff going in. They're moving in. He tells us that Vera left. So I don't know what this... we've walked in the middle of some life-changing event that they're reorganizing. Alfred is clearly quite involved in this whole process. All right, well, they mentioned Bonhams. Yes, what did they mention with Bonhams? He's talking about Godfrey, and he says he spent more than half his life in the East. I've only ever heard him say bad things. If it weren't for men like him, Sister Manali's task wouldn't have been so daunting. I wonder what they're doing in this house. Bringing paintings in and out. It's been chaotic since Vera left. Alfred's done a splendid job of filling in for her while we seek to fill the position. Good housekeeper. So they lost their housekeeper. I don't know why that's relevant for any of this. All right, well, I don't know that there's that much. For such a long discussion, I'm not sure we learned much. He suspects Godfrey. All right. Well, next up, let's see what the chat has to say here. They did. Oh, he does. That's right. He does tell us that he didn't, that she's gone by the time he gets there. That's important. I went to see her on Saturday. She was gone. He gets distracted. Then he comes back. Make sure to inform Bonhams. Big plans. He says big plans postponed. Big plans postponed. What is that about? Big plans postponed. And Bonhams. Okay, and then we finally got back to talking about it. Did you know she's Irish? Okay. What can you tell us about the rest? So he was planning on visiting her at 4 p.m. She was gone. She wasn't there, he says. She informed me she had gone out. Okay, so he got there too late for her. 4 p.m. she's gone. Okay, so by 4 p.m. she's gone. All right, our next person walking backwards is Godfrey. '73 Southwest. Okay, so Godfrey, 73 Southwest. Godfrey. Okay, 73 Southwest is 218. Jonathan Warner says, I kind of read it as this guy maybe had a crush on the sister. Maybe he was going to talk to her about that. It's not how I read it. I read it that there was some real plan going on that got postponed because she's disappeared. After several knocks on the door, we noticed the closed curtains stir in one of the windows. A moment later, the door cracks open and a man peeps out, fairly tall, in his 60s, with a thick schlock of light brown hair and a Van Dyke beard. He's wearing a fur coat over his jacket. Sod off, I got no brass for young mutts, he snarls. He's tall, in his 60s. Let's just make a note of his physical description. So he thinks we're coming, knocking on his door, asking for money. Wiggins quickly explains we're not begging, but working. For Sherlock Holmes, in fact, the well-known detective. This only seems to make the man more guarded. Why's he send you here? He asks. Did you know that Sister Manali has gone missing? Wiggins retorts. No, I certainly didn't. Am I under suspicion? No, the police have hardly taken any interest in the matter, and we just want to ask a few questions, hoping you can point us in the right direction. On hearing this, the man seems to relax somewhat. He confirms he is indeed Mr. David Godfrey and reluctantly invites us in. Better keep your scarves on, though, he comments. The place seems barely lived in. The rooms are unheated and unlit. Thick curtains cover the windows, and a tomb-like silence pervades. Godfrey mutters something about spiraling coal rates as we pass the kitchen, where a single housekeeper is preparing a meal. I'll be going away soon, so I don't keep any staff apart from the cook at present, Godfrey mutters as if apologizing. Off to Bengal on business. We're led into an almost pitch-black drawing room. Godfrey pulls a curtain slightly to one side, letting the light fall on a tiny patch of floor to dimly illuminate the room. We take a seat on a small sofa and begin the interview, trying to disregard the unsettling atmosphere. We understand that you visited Sister Manali at the Midland Grand Hotel last Saturday. Is that right? Wiggins asks. Yeah, I paid her a short visit, yeah. And could we ask you to relate the details of your visit? Well, it was all a misunderstanding, really. I'm a longtime member of the Anglo-Indian Club, though I'm not a frequent visitor anymore. Last week, I peeked into the monthly circular, which mentioned a lecture on the self-advancement in the Indian Raj, or that's how I read it. It turns out the exact words were the self-advancement of the Indian Raj. Me being a man of commerce, this piqued my curiosity. I regretted having missed it, but then the article said that this supposedly extraordinary woman was available for private sessions. So I contacted her and was scheduled for a visit. Well, then, of course, it turns out she's some queer Irish convert, a do-gooder looking for free money like everybody else. I got it all wrong, to put it simply. In hindsight, I suppose it was rather foolish of me to expect lucrative relations with someone who calls herself Sister Manali. Was there anything else that stood out about your visit? Well, I suppose that for a pious woman, she wasn't very concerned with playing down her charms, if you understand me. All colorful shawls and conspicuous jewelry. A handsome woman, no doubt, ravishing even. If the circumstances were otherwise, I wouldn't have minded making her acquaintance, but I'm not in the habit of doing trades with my John, Aren't you lads quite young for the detection business? You're John, sir? Well, have your fun when work is done, is what I mean to say. Yes, certainly, sir. If we may ask, did anyone else see you arrive at the hotel? You doubt my words, eh? Well, I've nothing to hide. The reception was empty, but another visitor to Manali, some old dame, came down the stairs as I was looking around for the staff. She gave me the room number. And were you... Look, it's quite simple. I went to see Sister Manali in her room, promptly realized my error, and left. I was there for no more than 5 minutes and headed straight back home. By foot, if you must know. It's only across the river and I need the exercise. Now, anything else before you leave? Just one thing, sir. Wiggins takes the hotel visitors list from his pocket. This is a list of the other visitors on Saturday. Do you happen to be acquainted with any of them, perhaps? There's a sudden noise from the window. Mr. Godfrey springs to his feet and hurries over to peek through the gap in the curtains. He then creeps over to check a second window. After a few moments, he relaxes and laughs nervously. Yeah, we've had a problem with the pigeons flying into the windows. Hopelessly distracted creatures. The argument against extermination is becoming increasingly tenuous, I say. Wiggins holds out the list, and Godfrey comes over to have a look. Well, Musgrove and Richards are fellow members of the club, but that's about the limit of our fellowship. It's no secret that I don't mingle well with the other Anglo-Indians in this town. Frankly, I find them to be equally out of touch with their mother country and with India. Godfrey starts pacing the room. They hang on to nostalgic visions of a place they left half a century ago. Dusty old clerks and railway servicemen playing pool and guzzling gin and tonics. Not the kind of people to associate with if one wants to do something in life. Do what, Mr. Godfrey? If one was looking for commercial connections, say, wanting to find out about the place in order to gain something rather than romanticizing about it. Have they even bothered to learn any of the native languages of their beloved subcontinent? Take those two you're asking about. One is spoilt with inherited riches. Is there anything as corrupting to the spirit as enterprise? Is there anything as corrupting to the spirit of enterprise? That he squanders on art from a country that he knows nothing about. The reality of the place, I mean. The few times we've conversed, he's only spoken of it in the most naive, longing terms, as a place of purity or some such nonsense. The other is a perfect example of a natural-born desk clerk who dreams of India, a place of adventures and excitement, trying to compensate for his impotent existence. No, these men are hardly what I would call Anglo-Indians at all, having spent only a few years there as young masters in their lordly mansions. May we ask what your own line of trade is? Well, I'm in the shipping trade, recruitments and such, he says, stopping by the window again to peer out. Whatever the steamship companies are looking for, I will try to supply. Sometimes it's Englishmen, sometimes Chinamen, sometimes Indians. People complain about foreigners, but it's all the same to me. Godfrey smiles slyly at us. Business. All right, so he's in the business of procurement of people. Whatever the steamship companies are looking for, I supply. So he's definitely in the business that these involves with the Indian Lascars, but it sounds pretty convincing that all he cares about is business and money, and he's not trying to scare off the Indian Lascars. He's just as happy to work with them, and he gives us some long, interesting commentary about the other people's views on India being overly romanticized and not practical. An interesting contrast in the views of these different Englishmen towards India. But more importantly, he's hiding from someone, right? There's a sudden noise from the window. He springs to his feet and he's peeking out the windows, and he talks about pigeons, but it sounds like he's pacing around scared of someone coming to visit him. Is that how you read it? I read it that he's like scared of someone coming. I don't believe this thing about the birds. But he's also a penny pincher. Saving... Oh, he's pretending... Wait a minute. Is he pretending to save money on heat? No. He's just... spiraling coal rates as we pass the kitchen where a single housekeeper is preparing a meal. So it's unlit. Thick curtains cover the windows. I think he's hiding out. Is he hiding out? I wonder. We knock on the door. The door cracks open and a man peeps out. Closed curtains stir. After several knocks on the door, we notice the closed curtains stir. Yeah, he's hiding. And he's in shipping procurement of workers. So that's interesting. I wonder if he's being... I wonder if he's is being subject to the attacks of people like that bottle guy who doesn't like him hiring the Indians. Or he's in debt. Maybe the channel's right. Yeah. So Anna, it sounds like she's agreeing with what I was saying. The dock workers are maybe after him because he's hiring foreigners. John says, the person who hired the drunk dock workers might not have anything against the Indian dock workers. They might just have wanted the sister killed. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. The person who hired them to catch the sister may very well be unrelated to the immigrant dock worker issues. Okay, but he's hiding. This guy's hiding. Who is he hiding from? Possibly the bottle gang, just because he's hiring people, foreigners. But he doesn't sound like he would have any reason. He has no reason to kill Sister Manali. He sounds convincing, his answer. He was just looking to make money. As soon as she realized she's asking for money, not setting up business deals, he left. But, let's not forget. I need to start circling these things as I read it. He talks about running into a woman who told him about her room number. The reception was empty. But another visitor to Manali, some old dame. This is going to be Miss Kentor, right? Came down the stairs as I was looking around. I think this is going to be Mrs. Kentner that he ran into. Well, that doesn't really help us that much. And we didn't notice any flowers in his possession. Okay, so there's that. All right, next up, walking backwards, is Miss Kentner. 26 EC. Okay, 26 EC is 187. Mrs. Kentner, the churchgoer. Let's see why she wanted to speak to our Sister Manali. Anna says maybe his debts are why he was trying everything going to the sister because he thought, yeah, maybe he just needs money. But he was the last one who saw the sister alive. I still don't suspect him. Okay, 187. Lady Kentner, a gray-haired woman in her 70s, so this is the woman he ran into on the stairs, is having tea with a friend. Wait a minute. Okay, so we've just discovered something. Remember that we're told that Godfrey's valet came and got her room number. Godfrey didn't mention a valet at all. He said he walked over on his own. So the valet is our person who is claiming to be Godfrey's valet, but isn't. So no mention of his valet. So that was a lie. Someone used his name to get in. And our valet is our prince. Yeah. So that's our so that's our guy, and we know he's traveling under Godfrey's name, but we have no connection from Godfrey to anyone else. And no mention of any information that we could track down Godfrey with, right? No business, nothing. That's kind of like a dead end. All right, let's talk to Miss Kentnor, see what she has to say. Lady Kentnor, a gray-haired woman in her 70s, is having tea with a friend. I must apologize again for Annie. I'm afraid she took you for a troop of orphans. A common misunderstanding, madam. Annie arrives red-faced with some tea, and our host invites us to sit. She's the smaller of the two ladies and gives a sprightly impression, with a quick eye and an eager tongue. The women are both wearing silk scarves whose warm, bright colors contrast dramatically with the gray and black of their very English dresses. Oh, she'll turn up. Just you wait and see, Miss Kentnor declares breezily when we bring up the issue of Manali's disappearance. She just happens to be a very sought-after woman, that's all. The other lady adds, as she has more admirers than the two of us put together ever had, even in our heyday. Oh, very true, Bertha, agrees Miss Kentnor. We understand you visited Sister Manali at the Midland Grand Hotel last Saturday, says Wiggins. Oh, quite so. I asked for a sitting with her after having attended her interesting lecture at the Anglo-Indian Club 2 weeks ago. I was granted a visit at 2 o'clock, and we got along splendidly. We conversed for almost an entire hour. Okay, she used up her entire time slot. What about? I'm sure I can't remember it all. She told me about their peculiar exotic customs, their fearsome gods and holy cows, and the marvelous clothes they wear. Aren't they amazing? I talked her into letting me buy these from her. Miss Kentnor indicates the scarves she and Bertha are wearing. What else? Well, the situation of the poor, of course, all those poor Indian children, it really breaks one's heart. We discussed cremation. Cremation? Yes, it's a very modern thing over here, but it's an age-old custom in India. I know I will have myself cremated in Woking when the day comes. Bertha declares, it's so neat and clean. Don't you find it awfully distressing when you're out walking and suddenly come to think of all those putrid corpses buried beneath your feet? And now with this wicker basket business, they won't even be confined to their coffins. What's next, dumping them in the town square? Well, there will certainly be less plagues and diseases with cremation, says Miss Kentnor. We shouldn't let the church decide on social and sanitary matters. Sister Manali said as much, too. Well, maybe so. Did you go see Sister Manali in the capacity of sponsor? Wiggins asks. Well, I have made a donation to her schools, not a very large one, mind you. I am also a sponsor of the Destitute Children's Dinner Society and the Indigent Blind Visiting Society. And let's not forget the London Orphan Asylum, Bertha remarks. But I have become quite infatuated with British India, thanks to Sister Manali. She really makes that fascinating country come alive in her lectures. Wiggins hands Mrs. Kentnor the copy of the list of Sister Manali's visitors. Are you acquainted with these gentlemen? Mrs. Kentnor strains her eyes, but is unable to read the list and instead passes it on to Bertha. Perhaps performing her task with disproportionate solemnity, Bertha pauses and looks around at us before announcing the first name on the list. Lord Musgrove. Oh, yes, I know Lord Musgrove. We were introduced at the Anglo-Indian Club after Sister Manali's lecture. He's the one who told me about her receiving visitors at the hotel. He was just as infatuated with her as I was. We talked about the Colonial and Indian exhibition in Kensington 4 years ago. He'd been quite involved in that spectacle, overseeing some of the Indian displays. He's a pleasant, timid man and very committed to Manali's cause. Wiggins nods at Bertha, who looks at the note and clears her throat. Mrs. Kentnor. Yes, Bertha. What is it? Asked the surprised addressee. Wiggins gestures for Bertha to continue. Like she just read the name of Kentnor who we're there for, okay? Which she is quick to do. Okay. Mr. David Godfrey. Oh, Godfrey. No, I don't recognize the name, but perhaps he's the gentleman I met in the lobby on my way out. He asked if I knew where Sister Manali's room was. I gave him the number and he dashed up the stairs. And what did he look like? Oh, a rather big man in a heavy coat. I imagine he had a mustache or beard, but I only caught a glance. He did seem a bit coarse, but was I wrong to tell him? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know anymore. And finally, Dr. Richards, declares Bertha, folding the list and handing it back to Wiggins. Oh, quite a charming little man. I've met him many times over the years at various social events. He has an Anglo-Indian background just like Lord Musgrove, or rather more so. I think he spent most of his earlier years in the East. Apparently, he's a doctor of medicine, graduated from King's College, but I don't think he ever practiced. Not that he's ever needed to. From what I gather, he comes from a very comfortable background. I think his father is quite a distinguished engineer, baronet or something. Baronet something. Oh, so the doctor is of the aristocracy, Bertha asks. Yes, but he likes to keep the professional title. Sir Dr. Richards. Right. It boggles the mind that he hasn't found a wife, doesn't it? Mrs. Kentnor jokes. But he never seemed too concerned about it. There's a, touch of the juvenile about him, though he must be over 50. A touch of the experimental, from what I've heard. Shh, Bertha, those are just rumors. But Abigail saw him with a dark... So, children... Lady Kentnor cuts her off, turning towards us. Is this... Is this the dark Indian prince? Is that what she's talking about? Rumor that he's been seen with a young man, a dark Indian son of a prince? He's never found a wife. Yeah, he doesn't seem too concerned about it. And then touch experimental, meaning he's having flings with a young man from India. And then she's telling her to stop talking. Dark. I think that's what's happening here. So, children, Lady Kentnor cuts her off, turning towards us. Would you like some more tea? Wiggins declines her offer. Did Sister Manali strike you as preoccupied or worried in any way? He asks while rising to his feet. No, never crossed my mind. Do you think any of these men could have a motive for abducting Sister Manali? We ask. The women glance at each other like a pair of schoolgirls trying not to giggle. Or do away with her altogether, perhaps, Wiggins adds in a graver tone. Lady Kentnor becomes serious. I can't speak for this Godfrey fellow, but I know Musgrove and Richards fairly well, and I think I'm good enough judge of character to say the following. If any harm has come to Sister Manali, those two possess neither the darkness of heart nor the determination of mind to qualify as the perpetrator. All right, well, we didn't get that much from Kentnor except for this huge piece, if it's true. Sir Dr. Richards, aristocracy, so he doesn't need money. Baronet, I don't know what this is about. Baronet something. And then is he involved with the young dark Indian prince? Is that what they're talking about? Let me see what the chat thinks, if the chat reads that the same as I did. It would be funny if he really is just a really rude prince, though. He's worried the prince will come knocking on his door. This is just a hunch. I'm actually a little suspicious of the doctor. Maybe he had some unrequited crush on the sister. He saw the prince meet her and came insanely jealous. He had this butler go hire the drunken gang to take out the sister. The doctor's butler fits our description. Did the sister black... Well, the doctor with the secret that he likes boys. Really? I don't know about all that. I feel like we don't really know. Yeah, I'm not sure where this is coming from about Sister Manali blackmailing anyone. And we don't know. It seems to me Well, let me get your first take, your more focused take on this interaction. Do you read this as rumors that Dr. Richards, is having an affair with this young dark prince? Or do you think I'm reading too much into it? They don't specifically say it's a man, but this is the sort of allusions to it. It boggles the mind he hasn't found a wife, doesn't it? And then they joke and laugh. And then he says, it never seemed too concerned about it. There's a touch of the juvenile about him. Touch experimental. That seems like code word for dating men. She's just rumors. And then Abigail saw him. Who's Abigail? Did we get introduced to Abigail? We've got Bertha. I thought we might have met Abigail right in the front. Oh, Annie was the servant woman. I'm curious if the chat had the same take on that I had, though, or if I'm overreading it. Jonathan said, yes, I did read it the same way. The doctor had the affair with the prince. Okay, so we're agreed with that, but we don't know then why. But then, look how weird that is then, because The doctor says he never met her. She was gone by the time he got there. And then the person pretending to be the valet came before the doctor arrived. The person claiming to be Godfrey's valet, who was the prince, but Godfrey did visit him and left soon after. So somewhere between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. is the fake valet and disappearance. So somewhere between 3 and 4 is the fake valet. The cab records might help us here. And Dr. Richards, well, we haven't talked the word Musgrove's man yet. It is very weird that Dr. Richards, that the prince who Dr. Richards is dating possibly came in and claimed to be Godfrey's valet. That's weird. Let's see. I think I'm inclined towards the doctor sending out the butler to hire a gang to take out the sister, but now it's so he can have the prince to himself. I think the doctor saw the prince and the sister together. Doctor's lying about not seeing her. That's an interesting idea. Anna says, no, I think Godfrey saw the sister alive last, then came the fake valet with the flower, then came the gang. Yeah, you see, this is the part, the part about Jonathan's theory about jealousy doesn't make sense, because this was a plan to kill her that had to have been put in place days before, or at least many hours before, because they had to have the cart brought out back, the flower left. So this is not a jealousy thing, I don't think. This is someone hiring a contracted killing. But on the other hand, the doctor is doing all this preparation about postponed plans. I don't put it out of the question that he hired everyone. You think the butler is Alfred was the one who hired the people, huh? Prince is not a boy. It does make sense that Alfred was the one to hire people, but then surely, then we think Dr. Richards is behind all this? I feel like I don't have a good grasp of this. But let's go talk to our last person, Musgrove, and then we'll take a break. 79 Northwest. Ward Musgrove, who sent a man. Let's see what he says. 79 Northwest is 188. I need to mark these on the map, too. We'll take a break after this, and I'll mark these places on the map. Okay, 188. Let's try and find Vera, the housekeeper. Maybe she knows things. Okay, that is a great idea. That is a great idea. If we suspect Richard, Dr. Richards, and he says he just lost Vera, the housekeeper, then finding her would be good. And is that related to our news story about cook housekeeper requires re-engagement? That's going to be her. That's her. That's going to be Vera. That's going to be Vera. That's Vera right there. That's Vera. Inquire Vera Ballard. That's our Vera. That's our Vera right there. Yes. So this is good teamwork. Like, we picked up the little subtle comment that Dr. Richards is having an affair with the prince, who was the guy who snuck in pretending to be Godfrey's valet. And then once we got suspicious of Richards, the idea was to find Vera, which I also made note of. That Vera seemed very important that when we talked to him. And then Anna made the great connection of the idea of finding Vera. And then I remembered there she was putting an ad in. So yes, Vera is going to know what's going on at the Dr. Richards house. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish up talking to Musgrove first, and then we're going to take a break, and we'll come back and we'll go talk to Vera. So we're going to start first by talking to the last of the visitors, which is a big long entry. The last of the visitors to Sister Manali. Okay. We're ushered through a femininely decorated hallway by a frazzled maid. As we pass an open doorway, we catch a glimpse of some women talking in a sitting room toward the back of the house. Noticing the maid, a housekeeper hurries our way. "Lady Clarendon has cancelled, Elsa," she tells the maid, ignoring us, "so the table should be laid for 6 only." Elsa nods and continues down the hallway. "Lady Musgrove is hosting a tea party," she explains. "Lord Musgrove will see you in his study." We follow her up a flight of stairs and look into a spacious but muted room. Bookcases line the walls from floor to ceiling, and there's a faint, pleasant smell from the leather-bound volumes. The room extends through a wide arched doorway in the far left corner, on both sides of which tall bay windows overlook the wintry garden outside. A stout mahogany table dominates this section of the study. The maid pulls the chairs out and bids us to sit. "Lord Musgrove will be with you soon." We wait in silence. From downstairs we hear laughter and animated chatter, but it's too muffled to make out what's being said. After a few moments, Lord Musgrove enters, a man of normal height and slight build, with a narrow chest, wearing a tweed jacket with a crimson velvet waistcoat and a white shirt open at the collar. His posture is hunched and he moves in a jerky, self-conscious manner. On seeing us, he pulls at his lapels as if wanting to cover himself and quickly goes to sit down, hesitating between the head of the table and the side before settling on the latter. Good afternoon, young gentlemen." He starts with a quick smile, only briefly making eye contact. "My apologies for the commotion. My wife is having her friends over and, it's no bother, sir," Wiggins assures him. Lord Musgrove gives a few quick nods. "Yes, you have been able to gather, have you been able to gather any, about Sister Manali, I mean? Do you know what happened to her?" He fixes his eyes on Wiggins with a look of genuine worry. We haven't found out anything at the moment, sir, but could we ask you a few questions? Our host nods and lowers his gaze again. Wiggins produces the list from the Midland Grand Hotel and asks Lord Musgrove if he could tell us anything of interest about the other visitors on Saturday. I see, yes. I'm acquainted with them all, by name at least. Lord Richards is a fellow member of the Anglo-Indian Club. I think he spent his childhood there. In India, that is, not at the club. Lord Musgrove snorts as he suppresses a laugh. Anyway, yes, he's a decent fellow, though his mind is a bit, jolly fine fellow, learned chap for sure. An enthusiastic sort on the whole, and kind-hearted, but sometimes one can sense a sadness in him, too. He thinks for a moment. Never married, he concludes, raising his eyebrows and nodding his head. Yeah, this is him hinting that he's homosexual to us again. Never married, raising his eyebrows. Learned chap, enthusiastic fellow, kind-hearted, but a sadness in him. So, if I may ask, sir, are you yourself an Anglo-Indian? Oh, right. Well, yes and no, I suppose. Lord Musgrove clears his throat, collects his thoughts for a moment before continuing. Well, I grew up in England. When I was around 12 or 13, my father, the late Baron Musgrove, went to northern India to serve during the Sikh Rebellion of 1848, first as a major, later as a lieutenant colonel. And he insisted that my mother and I join him. I remember it vividly, the long journey over, the unfamiliar customs, the rugged mountains. It all held an air of adventure for me, and I looked forward to training and joining the army myself. I was a sickly child, it's true, but my mother was convinced that the physicality of life in the colonies would do wonders for my health. Alas, my father was injured at the great battle of Gujarat less than a year later. Our family persevered for another 6 months while he was in the hospital, but as soon as he was fit to travel, we took that long journey back to England, much to my dismay. There's a pause, and Lord Musgrove looks up at us with a knowing smile. You boys can understand, can't you? That thrill of the unknown, yearning for wild lands. I had my mind set on returning, but my mother made my father promise not to let me join the army. However, he told me that his connections would ensure me a place at Halesbury to become a writer for the East India Company, which would provide me with an opportunity to go back. But when the Crown took over the administration of the country from the company and the school was closed in 1855, I instead applied for the Indian Civil Service, where the system of patronage had been replaced by competitive exams. Lord Musgrove jumps as the door is suddenly thrown open, and a young man enters with a book under his arm. "Oh, Baron," the youngster calls out and performs a mock bow. "Chester, yes, hello. I was just telling these young gentlemen about my life." "Oh, hello, young gentlemen. Father, do you mind if I go to the other room to read? Mamma's friends are so noisy." Not waiting for his father's reply, the young man passes through the archway, sits in an armchair, and opens his book. "My son Chester," Lord Musgrove explains. "Yes, well, to summarize, I failed the horse-riding test there, so that was that, I suppose. I trained as an accountant and found a position at the Treasury, married and had children, and yeah." He trails off into silence. Right. Well, thank you for your account, sir, Wiggins starts. There's always literature, Lord Musgrove exclaims, gesturing around the room. Wiggins looks around and nods. Yeah, of course. If we could just ask you about Sister Manali, she was receiving visitors at the Midland Grand Hotel and you were going to see her, but you sent a message instead, is that right? Lord Musgrove throws a glance towards the back room and lowers his voice. Let's not disturb the boy, eh? But yes, that's right. I wanted to apologize for not coming. I had a sudden crisis at work to deal with. On a Saturday? Wiggins asks. Yes, it was a Saturday, wasn't it? Well, to be honest, I had left some work unfinished, and it needed to be done by Monday. Taxation records, you know, boring stuff. And what would the meeting with Sister Manali have been about? Oh, to offer to support her mission. I'm very keen on the plight of the poor, and when I saw her first lecture 2 weeks ago, I was ravished by, that is, I was intrigued by her motivation and her, well, she's not reserved at all, is she? I'm sure she's very pious, of course, a former Catholic. I mean, she's quite exotic, but not my cup of tea. So, not that I have anything against Indians, certainly not. Anyway, she's Irish, isn't she? Lord Musgrove collects himself. Oh, no, she's a fine woman, a fine spirit, that is. Sort of an adventurer, really, and you don't know what might have happened to her, you say? No, that's what we're trying to find out. That's what we're trying to establish, sir. Lord Musgrove taps his finger on the tabletop. Let me have a look at that list again. So these are the people she met with. Oh, that one, Mr. Godfrey. He's a shady character. Well, at least I think so. I don't know. He's of the merchant classes for sure. Few times I've spoken to him, he's only ever talked about the economic opportunities in the colonies. Come to think of it, he recently found it opportune to ask me if I could lend him a rather large sum of money. I blankly refused. I hardly know the man. Not that I could afford to anyway, but yes, he seemed quite desperate. So it was that he owes money. And I know he approached at least one more member at the club. I can't imagine he would want to contribute to Sister Manali's work. Do you think perhaps it was a personal visit? I mean, not that she would, I don't think. What do you think? I really couldn't say. Sorry, Lord Musgrove, replies Wiggins, slightly unsure of what the question was. They all want to get with this woman. Basically, we've heard them all talking about how they want to get with this woman. This, this is looking, the death can't be related to just jealousy. I don't see how. It could be, though. Please let me know if you find out more, will you? Now, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you. He listens to the chatter from below. I'm sure the maid is very busy, so I'll see you out. As we approach the door, we pass Lady Musgrove in the hallway. Oh, I see you've had visitors, Gordon. She glances at his red waistcoat. Rather loud for you, isn't it, dear? She comments before briefly turning to us. Better put those collars up, boys. It's nippy out, eh? She returns to her guests, and Lord Musgrove goes to open the door. She's very English, he says with a sheepish smile as he lets us out. All right, so what do we really learn from Musgrove? He's painting a picture of the other people and how he wanted adventure. He couldn't quite make it. We just learned a little bit of his life. But let's see. He's talking about Lord Richards. He spent his childhood there. His mind is a bit... he's a bit sadness. So he's talking about Richards is a sad type. Never married. I think... I mean, Jonathan's theory seems not quite as crazy as it did at first. Jonathan says, I definitely got the sense that the butler was afraid of what the doctor may say if left alone. Yeah, I think that felt right to me, what you're saying. Is it possible that Richardson is in love with the prince and saw the prince, and Jonathan's right that the prince was going to have an affair with... No. How is the butler going to be hired to go and hire people to kill her? That doesn't make sense. She's just in town. She just got in town for a couple of weeks to give a talk. The butler's not going to go hire people to kill her. No, it's not the butler. It doesn't make sense to me. I agree with everything everyone's saying about how the butler was hovering over him, but I think it had nothing to do with killing her. But it did have to do with the affair that maybe he's having with the Indian prince. But the butler's not going to arrange to kill her. That killing has got to be political. The butler's not going to arrange for her to kill this woman. No, I don't see it. It's not possible. And it says it was the butler, mark my words, to protect his master's reputation. Well, I mean, I'm not going to... I've learned better than to go against Anna. Okay. Well, that's an easier sell, though. So you're saying it's not that the butler is doing his master's bidding to kill the woman, but that the butler is trying to cover up... is trying to protect his master. He did seem very protective. What if Dr. Richards was going to give all his money to this woman? What if Dr. Richards became infatuated with her and was going to give all his money to her and move to India with her? Well, it makes talking to Vera, the old housekeeper, even more interesting. But then that would go against our idea that he's having an affair with the Indian prince. Maybe that's not how it was. Maybe it was the woman that he was being taken. Maybe he got suckered by this woman and she was taking advantage of him and was going to get all his money. And that's why the butler ends up killing her on his own to protect his master. Well, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk to Vera and we'll find out what was going on in Dr. Richards' house. That seems like the question we want answered. Okay, we're back. The chat has been busy talking during the break instead of getting up and stretching. Let's see what we've got here. Jonathan says, here's one other variation. Prince kills the sister for some reason, uses Richard's fondness for him to convince him to cover it up. Richard delegates to the butler. Butler delegates to the gang. I think I like Jonathan's second theory. That our prince is the one who's ended up killing Sister Denali, Sister Minali, rushes back to Richard and says, you have to save me. And then Richard has the butler cover it up and dispose of the body. That's going to be my current theory. I'm going to steal it right from Jonathan. The prince has killed Sister Minali and is dating Richard. Goes to Richard, says, you need to help me. And Richard has instructed his butler to cover it up. Okay, so before we talk to Vera and find out what was going on inside this Dr. Richard's house, it's important for us to mark where these people live because we're going to look at cab records, and that's going to be very important for us. So let's see. Ward Musgrove is at 79 Northwest. Miss Kentnor was at 26 EC. I've marked that. Then David Godfrey was at 73 Southwest. Okay, there's Godfrey. And then the person that we're most focused on, Dr. Richards, is at 83WC. So I've already marked that, but I'm going to swap that out with a blue sticker so I can more easily note that. Okay. All right. So now we're going to catch up again in the chat. And Tina say, I'm going against popular opinion, say that the doctor did not have an affair with the prince. Something has to do with money. Our tall man was the butler. The question is, why did he hire the guy? Okay. I am not 100% sold on that yet. I am not 100% sold on the butler. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have Pella. We haven't run into any problems here, and we're actually at a fun point where we're debating theories. But yeah, make sure you don't give us any hints. No, we haven't found any problems yet this time. I just want to see if I'm on Anna's wavelength here about the butler theory. The main reason why you're so sure it's the butler is because the bar guy describes the man who hired them as being very posh. And you're making that connection, right? Like it's the butler who's ostentatiously posh when he comes in to hire the killers. Are we on the same page there? That's why you're so convinced that it's the butler. It's not just that he's tall, an old man. It's that he would present himself as a butler in a way that would jump out. Well, yeah, the butler fits the only description. I mean, in terms of being tall and older, sure, but that can't be enough to convince you. I mean, we could run into a tall person any moment now. But yeah, he may be our only, and he's serious, yeah. So that's why I am leaning towards agreeing with that part about the butler. All right, so now it's time to visit Vera. This is one of the more the fun parts, because this is why you don't visit these things until you have reason, because now we've got a really fun reason to look this person up and find out why she left. And maybe we're going to find out what's going on in this house and what these waylaid plans of Dr. Richards were. Okay, so she is 20 South. I can't wait to see what she has to say. Vera, 20 South. 20 South is 31. Found her from the news. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Vera has to say. We knock on the door of a terraced house, a stone's throw from the shops and bustle of Rolls Road. It's a decidedly working-class part of Bermondsey, but still a step up from the slums of the East End. A stocky woman in her early 50s opens the door, wearing a simple but tidy blue dress and an apron. We introduce ourselves and ask if we're speaking to Miss Ballard. The younger, yes. The woman replies with a smile. Seeing our confusion, she explains. Well, Miss Eve Ballard is my mother, and I'm Miss Vera Ballard. Which one is it you want? I see, Wiggins says. Could we please speak to the Miss Ballard who was formerly in the employ of Dr. Richards? Vera gives us a look of surprise. Oh, that would be me. But what is this about? Well, we're investigating the disappearance of one Sister Manali, and Dr. Richards was one of the last people to see her before she went missing. Oh, dear. Do come in. She opens the door for us, and we follow her through a hallway into a small but neatly arranged drawing room. A bookcase shows some attempts at decorative clutter, but the room is otherwise sparingly furnished. We remain standing as she turns to us and apologizes, wholly without cause, for the mess. My mother needs a lot of attention these days. I'm afraid she's reached the dizzy age, she laughs. So yes, well, I'm certainly aware of who Sister Manali is. She was all Dr. Richards could talk about during the week before I left. He had attended one of her lectures, and overnight he'd become obsessed with helping her and her mission. Something about providing education for the less fortunate in Calcutta, was it? So she's gone missing, you say? Well, Dr. Richards wouldn't have had anything to do with her disappearance, I can assure you of that. He can be... Miss Ballard laughs to herself. Well, forgive my bluntness, but he's quite the scatterbrain and hopelessly naive at times, God bless him. But there isn't a kinder soul on God's green earth. So I take it that yours was an amicable split, Wiggins remarks. Miss Ballard... Oh, is she going to have a run-in with the butler? Miss Ballard hesitates for a moment and continues with a sigh. Well, let me just say this. I worked for Dr. Richards for 16 years, and it's only due to his generous nature that I've been able to look after my mother as well as I have. If it weren't for him, she would still be living in darkest London, or, God forbid, in the workhouse. You know, he even gave me 3 months' wages when I left. Wiggins looks around the room. Just out of curiosity, what were your reasons for leaving? Well, I don't like to... Is it really relevant for your investigation? Miss Ballard stares out the window, her features turning rigid and her chest heaving as she takes a couple of tense breaths. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If anything, he's too kind. Feels like we missed something here. She says, is it really relevant to your investigation? And then we seem to have caught her like a missing... Seems like maybe there's a missing paragraph here, or maybe she's just contemplating. Okay, here she is. That's the thing then, isn't it? If anything, he's too kind. The way he lets that protege of his, that Patel, take advantage of him, it's quite disgraceful. I mean, she steadies herself and lowers her voice. He literally came in from the street, you know. One day I answer a knock on the door, about 4 months ago. He didn't seem to understand English, and he held up a pocket watch, a nice one that I assumed he'd stolen and wanted to flog. This is our side story about the pocket watch, too, now. Patel, huh? I tell him to clear off, but he insists, demanding to see the Lord. And Dr. Richards comes to the door and invites the man in, God knows why. Next day, he's providing lodgings for the man and has taken it upon himself to educate him. We were all dumbstruck when he told us. And then he starts acting like he's the master of the house. Miss Ballard picks up a rag and proceeds to busy herself, wiping the table and the backs of chairs with a nervous frenzy. He treated the servants like a tyrant, she explains, picking some dead leaves from a flower pot, throwing fits for the littlest things. I had to send all the girls all over town to accommodate his lavish tastes in food and drink. Imagine having to go hunting for coconuts in the middle of November. Because Patel adores that, doesn't he? And we mustn't make Patel grumpy. And all the while, dear Dr. Richards trying to smooth things over, apologizing, telling us that he's making progress and asking us to be patient. Well, it takes more than running around museums to knock some manners into a lot like that, I say. I've certainly nothing against foreigners, but I know a trickster when I see one. Here's our coconut guy. So we found our prince, and he is indeed connected to the doctor. I really do wonder what his parents think of him squandering his, or their, to be quite frank, fortune at every poor sod in sight. But I suppose they're partly to blame. According to Alfred, they've indulged his every whim ever since he was a child, apart from perhaps insisting on his education. Master always did have a soft heart for the downtrodden, even more so for people from the colonies than his own countrymen. But I don't know what sort of convincing that scoundrel Patel used to get a foot in. It was simply too much for me in the end, but I sure wasn't happy about leaving. Losing her composure altogether, Miss Ballard slams a candlestick onto the tabletop and turns around to fix us with an angry stare. Do you want to know what really gets my goat? The way he let that savage treat Alfred. That loyal rock of a man who would do anything for Dr. Richards, and without whom he would be as helpless as a babe in the woods. He really is a child, is Dr. Richards. I'm sorry, but the number of messes Alfred has kept him out of are too numerous to contemplate. From financial matters, to keeping track of social obligations, to putting his bloody hat on right. And that savage, having had some lesson in entomology no doubt, started to refer to him as Mr. Stick Insect. He thought it was such a riot, laughing in his face, and Dr. Richards laughing along. I have to say I can't forgive him for that. With her eyes still fixed on us, she relaxes her frame somewhat, remembering who she's addressing. Right, she says with a strained smile. I suppose that's more information than you were after, isn't it? If there's anything else, I'm afraid I have to get... If there's nothing else, I'm afraid I have to get back to my chores now. We thank Miss Ballard, and take our leave. Okay, so there we have it. We've cracked a big piece of this puzzle. First of all, we've confirmed Anna's hunches that the butler is protecting his master, Dr. Richards, at all costs, doing all sorts of things to keep him out of trouble, serving the family as he has for decades. And the troublemaker here is Patel. We found our fake Indian prince who loves coconuts, and he is the source of this problem. And he's got Richards wrapped around his finger. Now the question is, how has Patel got himself wrapped up with Sister Manelli? We know he went to her room, but is he upset because of something in India? He seems a little mentally unstable, this Patel person. Let's see what the chat says. Is that watch that the doctor hadn't said there was sort of his family watch that the Patel gave him? Don't forget there was that article in the story about a lost watch. Let's find that watch she's talking about. He held up a pocket watch, a nice one that I presumed he had stolen and wanted to flog. When does he show up, does she say? One day I answer a knock on the door 4 months ago. So let's make a note of that. 4 months ago is Patel. What was our newspaper article about the lost watch? Okay, well, that's definitely not the lost watch in the newspaper, because that watch was lost on February 13th, 5 days ago. And this guy showed up 4 months ago. Right? Unless I misread that. 4 months ago, and he held up a pocket watch. But maybe he's stealing things. Maybe he tried to steal something from her and ended up killing her by accident. I don't know. Watches for the colonies. I mean, we could go there. We don't have much of a reason to really go there. Anna says, I think we should read the rest of the paper now. What is the connection? I mean, we're all on the same page. Jonathan says, read the paper. Anna says, read the paper. How did Patel get Richard's family watch? Where is the... Who? He doesn't have the family watch. He shows up with a watch that she thinks he's wanting to sell. What? We don't know where the watch is coming from. But let's see. Then what was the... Then he's insulting Alfred. She doesn't like that. So our Dr. Richards can get tricked into wanting to help anyone, and he became infatuated with the sister. Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe the sister convinced him that Patel is a fake prince, and maybe that's why Patel killed the sister. Hey, that would make some sense, wouldn't it? That the doctor has an appointment at 4 p.m. and this servant has to kill the sister before the doctor can meet her because she's going to tell him something about Patel. And Tina says, the doctor had a watch, said it was his family's, and the butler corrected him and says, sort of my family. Uh-huh, that's right. Sort of my family. Uh-huh. And the doctor did say something about big plans that have been postponed. I wonder if Patel didn't scam him about something, told him some fanciful story about being part of a royal family. And the sister was going to... I think Patel scammed Richards and convinced him of something, that he's royalty, that Patel is royalty. And maybe Patel knew that the sister was going to tell him something. Very interesting. Okay, let's read the rest of the news here. We'll go through these quickly, these international stories. All right, let's see. Do we read all of this front page? I believe we did. Okay, so let's go through the paper, read the story about India. We'll try to go through these quickly. Latest intelligence from our correspondents. Persia, Vienna, February 17th. The new Persian minister in London, Mirza Mohammed Ali Khan, arrived in Vienna last night on his way to England and proposes to leave for London tomorrow. This is Mirza Khan's first visit to Europe. He's a soldierly man, a solidarity man. Is that a word I don't know, or is that misspelled word. That seems like that's a misspelled word to me. With a fair complexion and auburn mustache, who looks about 50 years old. He speaks capital French, but no English. He is not, however, quite new to the ways of British life, for he lived for some time at Bombay. He was 8 years consul general at Tiflis, India, Calcutta, February 17. The official report on the books published in Bengal during 1888 give some curious figures. The total number was 2,693. Being an increase of 438 on the previous year. Of these, 1,190 were in Bengali, 311 in English, 182 in Sanskrit, 125 in Hindi, 90 in Oriya, and only 31 in Urdu. As regards the subjects, there were 26 works of poetry in English, and I'm trying to mark the typo when I have to find it on the screen. 192 in vernacular. I can't even see it except on the screen. That's my setup now is so good that I can read off the screen when I can't read on paper. Okay, 6 in English, 97 in vernacular, works of fiction, 5 in English, and 120 in vernacular. The official reporter says that most of the Bengali dramas are worthless, and some of them are immoral. The works of fiction are both numerous and interesting. The Director of Public Instruction appends a note to the report in which he expresses the opinion that English education has little influenced the Bengali mind, and has chiefly stimulated the production of keys and other helps to students. Philosophy, he adds, keeps in the old groove, and medicine seems trying to return to it. One looks in vain for a Bengali Newton or a Bengali Faraday. Foreign and colonial news. We have received the following telegrams through Reuters agency. Belgium, Brussels, February 17. The Belgian Catholics have received with much satisfaction the news that the Pope has granted a dispensation this year from fasting and abstinence during Lent in the countries where influenza has prevailed. The dispensation is considered so much the greater in favor in Brussels as there is no other town in Europe whose fish market is better supplied. This year from fasting. Some typos in the paper. These could be, what do we call it? When there's something that's in the thing, like a mistake that you could mark up as a mistake of a typo of the designer, but you could also say that it's a typo in the newspaper. Newspapers have typos. Diegetic. Diegetic is the term for music that you hear in the scene that's playing on an instrument in the scene. It's part of the scene. It's not just music for the ears of the listener that's independent from the scene. So these can be diegetic typos that are present in this 1888 newspaper. Okay. The Special Commission report. Speaking at a meeting held in the New Cross Public Hall last evening when Mr. Darling, QCMP, addressed his constituents. The Earl of Dunraven said it was a matter of gratification to all right-thinking people to learn from the Queen's speech that the condition of Ireland was so greatly improved. They learnt also from that speech that it was intended to deal with the sanitary condition of the metropolis, the housing of the working classes, the questions of savings banks, and friendly societies. If the program of the government consisted of nothing but that, they would deserve well at any rate of the working classes of the country. Peace and prosperity had attended the present government of the country, and he did not believe that working men would be so rash and foolish as to believe that a change of government could do them any good. Letters to the editor. Sir, it is no doubt the case that the steam-driven shipping industry has come to endorse the cheap overseas labor force for employment on its ships. Naturally so, since the demands on skill and experience to manage these vessels are minuscule compared to those required in the age of sail. We are now facing the consequences. British-born seafarers are becoming increasingly hard-pressed to find employment in the merchant navy or even mere day labor in the dockyards. We are told that the Board of Trade is striving to uphold the quota restrictions set for alien seamen on outgoing British ships. Whatever commendable action is taken in this regard is of scant importance, however, considering the apparent leniency prevailing at the other end. This leads to the second unfortunate result, namely the constant inflow of unemployable Indian lascars filling up the charity homes, barracks, and boarding houses in our ports. Stranded, disillusioned, wholly unfit for our climate, as it is only natural to resort to whatever dubious line of trade they might cook up. To stem this mounting tide, radical measures have to be promptly exerted in a joint effort by the appropriate authorities. Or would anyone propose that we should rather attempt to educate the hordes of peddlers, jugglers, tom-tom players, and other picturesque characters with which our streets are now awash? I think not. Macaulay's dream of fostering a man who would be Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, morals, and intellect remains just so, a dream. Any person who persists in advocating such somnambulic utopianism should have to answer for the consequences of which the recent appalling scene in Southwark Park is indisputably a third. In Southwark Park. Okay, so this is a tie into our thing. They're just saying that an Indian killed this man in the park. We know it's not true, but he's complaining about it. Here's an article, the Times column of new books and new editions. The Imperial Atlas of the World, an entirely new and much enlarged edition containing 86 maps, size 23 inches by 27 inches each. Accuracy and clearness in every detail has been made a special study. Each map is separately indexed, furnishing in all 200,000 references. Price: Imperial Folio, half-bound, Russia, £8, George Philip and Son, 32 Fleet Street, London. Let's see what the chat is saying so far. Kills her before she has an opportunity to talk to Richards. Yes. Why would the butler help him to cover up the murder? That's a good question. That's a good question. I guess I'm with Martinez that Richard asked the butler to do it and the butler does it against his better judgment. But you would think that the butler might be like, I'm drawing the line. Patel has to go. Maybe they made a deal like, okay, I'll cover it up, but then you got to get rid of him. Okay. Humanitism. Large post 8 VO, want 10 shilling. This is a cost for this thing you can order, I guess. Humanitism. The scientific solution of the social problem. A new system of social philosophy showing 1. The relation between the individual and society, 2, between society and humanity, and 3, between humanity and natural law reduced to a mathematical ratio, 4, the unity and harmony of all phenomena, and 5, the logical deduction of all conduct from one rule, by W.A. MacDonald. I wonder if this is a real book. Stammers and stutterers should read a book by a gentleman who cured himself after nearly 40 years. Post-free, 13 stamps, from Willesden Lane, Brondesbury, London, and Brampton Park, Huntingdon. And we've got some entertainments in the paper. Entertainments, etc. Crystal Palace Cage Bird Show, open all day, free. Orchestral concert, 12:30, free. Organ, 1:45, 5:30. Military band, 3:30. Calcassa, the marvelous balancer and top spinner, 6:30, free. Palace open for admission, 10 to 7:30. Royal Aquarium. Thought reading extraordinary. Dr. Ornaroff, the remarkable psychologist, will hold receptions today in the theater about 4 and 9. Phenomenal, unique, and unprecedented. Pronounced by the press astonishing. Okay, last thing here. It's a letter to the editor. To the editor of the Times, Sir, would you not agree that the objections against vaults and hermetically sealed coffins are compelling? If the purpose is to prevent the decay and dissolution of the flesh, they do not accomplish it. And the horrible scenes witnessed when old vaults are opened, where water has come through or the bodies are found in a loathsome delinquescence in which they float, are infamous if they can be prevented, as they can be by the use of the perishable wicker coffin. Wicker coffins also have the advantage of being significantly cheaper than the extortions of the undertakers, and it affords of the body being restored quietly and lovingly to Mother Earth, and to head off the cremation fever now attacking Britain. So interesting discussion. Someone else mentioned the baskets, and this is what they are. They're sort of decomposable coffins. It is a racket. The whole burial coffin business really seems a distasteful racket. Cremation is surely the way to go. Okay. And then we've got the ad for the watches, which we've heard a couple about pocket watches. It makes us want to go there. But I don't know that we have a real good reason to do so yet. Okay, let's see. So the chat, yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Is the butler certainly doesn't like this Patel guy, but if his master told him to do it, maybe he would do it. All right, so where do we get hold? So let's think about what's next. What are our loose ends? I mean, we want to catch up with Dr. Richards and Patel more. We could... It might be time to check out cab records, but let's have some discussion. Let's hear some talk about what people think about what the vector of attack should be. John says, if we go to the watch store, they might have seen Patel. Let's look at our informants again, too. We've got the criminologists, the cab drivers, the library, Mycroft, legal affairs. What about who's got our marriages, wills, and deaths? Somerset House. I wonder if Somerset House might have some records. We only know his first name, though. Patel. That's a bit troublesome. We could go to the Indian Embassy. Probably just confirms Patel is not a real prince. Yeah, I mean, the Indian Embassy was the area that I was curious about if he was a real prince, but now he seems definitely he's not. Another question is, if it's Patel getting in there, how does he know to use Godfrey's name? Yeah, I don't know what the answer to that, Anna, is. But I don't think... Does anyone still think that Richard killed the sister? Because I don't. I don't think he killed her at all now. I think he's just a naive guy and he wanted to give her money. And I think he wanted to go... I think he wanted to go live in India. I think our guy Richard had plans to move or something to India. Or something, some big plans. But what has happened to Patel? Is Bonham's an auction house? So we heard them talking about Bonham's. So is that what they're doing? Is he selling everything he owns to Bonham's? Let's find the auction houses. That would be an interesting route. Auction house Bonham's, 12 Northwest. Shall we go there? So remember that Bonham's auction house is what they're talking about at Dr. Richardson's. 12 Northwest. Let me mark where Vera lived also. 20 South was Vera. And then maybe we'll go to the auction house. Okay, there's Vera's house. All right, shall we go to the auction house? I think at some point we're going to have to go to the cab logs and see if we can't get on the trail of Patel. The watch store wouldn't be a bad idea. Just because we're trying to hunt down Patel. A coconut store would be a good store too, since he really seems to like coconut. 12 Northwest. We're going to the auction house to see if we can find out what's going on at Dr. Richards' house. 59. Well, Dr. Richards is well known in our circles for his collection of Indian artworks, the auctioneer at Bonham's tells us. He was here about a week ago to arrange an evaluation of his entire collection. We were going to send a man over tomorrow, but this morning we received a message that the matter has been postponed until further notice. Okay, so this is what we were thinking. And my fixation on him saying something was big plans that got postponed. So he was planning to sell everything he owned to fund Sister Manali, maybe. And maybe to move to India or something. He was going to sell everything. I think he was going to sell everything, move to India, and this Patel guy was going to be out of a cushy house. It may not even been that she was going to reveal he was a scammer. It may just have been that Dr. Richards was just going to sell everything he owned and live poor. And Patel just killed her to stop that from happening. What do you think about that? And it says there must be a serious reason why the butler helped. Where's our to-do list? Where's our things we don't want to forget? All right, Carolyn Maloney. Well, she's Irish, so probably she doesn't have family here. But let me just look up Maloney, her real name, and see if she does happen to have family here. No family for Maloney. We've got a bunch of informants. finished the paper. We saw the Times articles. Richards was going to sell everything. Let's go to the watch store. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. Let's go to the watch store. Well, there's two things. There's two watch-related places we could go. There's the watch store, and then there's the personal ad about a stolen watch. So if we were focused on watches, we could go to both of those. All right, let's go to the watch store first. Watch store from news is 106 EC. 106 EC. Okay, well, we can't go there. Even assuming that's a real place. We can't go to 106 EC. The numbers on our list don't go to 106. So there's no watch store to go to for us. What about the watch advertised stolen watch? That one is, if we wanted to go there, 25 Southwest. Okay, there's no 25 on our list, so we can't go there. Which is okay, because that shouldn't have been a real place. I think we should go to Somerset House. See if there are any records of anyone. Maybe we can get a clue on someone's history. And then maybe cab logs. Maybe we can trace. We know a couple of places Patel went. And maybe if we can catch him. I noted he wasn't at the house that we saw, so I wonder if he's been kicked out. All right, so let's look at our informant, and then we may have to sit and talk for a bit about what's our next attack. Somerset House, births, marriages, wills, deeds. Okay. These are two alternative entries for the same thing. Somerset House. I mean, there are good informants that could help us, but we don't want them to help us yet. The archivist, legal and criminal records. We might find a record of our guy Patel too. All right, so these are duplicates. Let's just get rid of one of these. All right. Let's start out at Somerset House. (17WC). Okay, well, there's no entry for 17WC, so that's that. We're not going to Somerset House. All right. What about the archivist, legal and criminal records, 14WC, 209, Disraeli O'Brien. That's 209. Let's see if he's got anything to tell us. Okay, no entry for 209. Okay, so that's that. It's a couple of informants who've got nothing to say. All right, well, let's think about it. Is it time for the cabs? Let me see what the chat says. All right, how would we track down Patel? The best chance for us there is the cab records, right? Because we know he went to the restaurant, we know he went to the hotel. We could vote. All right, Jonathan is helping me by coming up with ways to use the vote. Okay, so we're gonna have a vote. Where to go next? You can choose from cab records. You could say cabs. You could pick another one of our informants instead. We could go to Lestrade. We could go to the Police Gazette. Fred Porlock. I don't want to go to these. These feel like hints. Court cases, legal affairs, Mycroft, Womack's the librarian. We haven't been to Murray, the criminologist, but it doesn't seem like he's likely to help us. I mean, it doesn't seem like he's got any evidence to work with. And Tina wants to go to Porky. Anna says cabs. Can you think of anything else that we haven't, that would get us closer, to get us more information about the Dr. Richards? Or it's hard to think, like, it seems like the cab rides has got to be our attack vector. What about this butler? Do you think the butler, the ad for the butler has anything to do with us? A first-rate character. I mean, surely this is not our butler. Queen's Walk, 89 Southwest. Okay, 3 votes for the cab. All 4 votes. All 4 votes are for the cabs. So we're going to the cabs. All right, let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. Let's close the vote. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to close the vote. There we go. Okay. All right, so London cab drivers. $5WC. Let's make a new page for that. $5WC is 212. You arrive at the Central Carriage Stables. I got 2 choices here. If you want to inquire about trips to Southwark Park, go to 83. If you have token B, you can also go to 270. Well, we do have token B, I will remind you. That was when we learned about Sister Manali. This is stopping you from getting that information before you found out about her. All right, so let's do both of these. 83 and 270. So we'll start with 83. This is going to... This we don't think is important. We think the hearse brought it this way, so this feels like this should all be red herring for us. Like, we don't actually believe we're going to catch anyone in a cab going here. To our great luck, the cab driver who was stationed by Southwark Park on the night of the 16th is present at the stables. Were there any fares to or from the park before 7 o'clock? That was in the morning when it was found. Nope, it was a cold night, hardly anyone out. I just remember seeing some cart-pulling scavengers in the distance at some point. Such nights are the longest, I tell you. Okay, so as we suspected, not important there. But now here's the one we want. Maybe. 270. After some persuasion, we're allowed to go over the ledger of trips to and from the Midland Grand Hotel on the Saturday in question. The times in the ledger note the start of the journeys, we're informed. And then, look at that. Wiggins lets out a sigh of pain that shakes his poor hand after having copied the list to his notebook. Okay, we've got a big, long list of trips to and from the hotel. Okay, well, what are we looking for? We know that our first meeting was at 1 p.m. So, and we know this address. 79 Northwest is one of our people. Presumably our 1 p.m. appointment. Okay, so 79 Northwest to the hotel. This is Musgrove's boy, his son. Okay. Hotel to Berkeley Square. This could be the sun. Oh, there's the sun coming back. Okay. Okay, so sun arrives, sun goes back. All right. Now, 26 EC, we know who that is. That's Kentnor. That's Lady Kentnor, and here she is going back. Sorry, let me, maybe I can put this over here. All right. There's Kentnor and Kentnor. She's our 2 p.m. She was there for the whole hour, she said, so that checks out. We may have to come back and look at some of these later. Okay, so now we've got 3 p.m. This is where things get interesting. So 3 p.m., Godfrey arrives, but also Godfrey's fake valet is somehow getting in here before 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when his meeting is. Let me just bookmark that. Okay, so let's see. Godfrey's at 73 Southwest. Don't see South. Okay, but what about, he has a 3 p.m. I really wonder if this is not a miss. 37 and 73 seem very similar. Well, let's skip the 3 p.m. meeting for a second. Let's look at our 4 p.m.s. Dr. Richard from 83 WC. So look, Dr. Richard said he went and couldn't find her. She had already left. That's our 83 WC. Okay, let's see if one of these is 83 WC. 83 WC is here. Let's Let's make sure we understand what streets he would get on a cab there. Looks like I may have to pull it up a bit for it to get on the good camera. Okay, so if he got in a cab by his house, we were looking for Harrison Street, Hastings, Judd, Gray's Inn, Sidmouth. Let's see. Russell Street, 30. Great Russell Street. Is that nearby? That's strange. How did he get there? Upper Thames, is that nearby? Okay. Well, here's... Oh, hotel to 83. 83 to hotel. Yeah, there's the follow-up. If by 4 p.m. she's gone, we could have the killers, but the killers have their own cart. Let me see what the chat is making of all this. We're interested. Richard doesn't leave for half hour. Do we think that implies he's lying about just asking for and leaving? I guess I don't know when he arrived. These are just departures. These are departures and arrivals, but he's leaving here at 4:30 to come back to his home. This is someone returning to Richard's home at 4:15. The question is, when did they arrive? Like, is he taking a... It's weird that there's two trips from Great Russell to the hotel. Where is Great Russell Street? Here's our... I almost think that this 37 is our... No, that doesn't make sense for Godfrey. He has a 3 p.m. Where's our 3 p.m. Godfrey? 37 Southwest Hotel. Where's 37 Southwest? Is that going to be a train station? Or is that a mistake? Oh, Victoria Station. Okay. All right, so 37 Southwest is Victoria Station. So that's why there's many trips there. Let me take these cubes off. Let's just work with this for a second. 37. I'm just trying to identify some of these places so that we know that they're not of interest to us. Like any person taking a train to the hotel is not going to be our people. When do they think... do we have a time for the dustbin people that picked up her body? I think we need to read that if we haven't made a note. The Grand Hotel, the dustbin yard, dark alley, I just want to read this again to see if we have a timeline for when the body was picked up. She says, you're at it again. You know business in this place. I told you before. She says, I'm the laundry person. The dustman. It was dark. I heard them drop something in that cart. Doesn't tell us the time, though. I wish Wiggin had asked her to be more specific about the time. Well, if we believe Richard, he had a 4 p.m. and she was gone. That would mean... That would mean she was disposed of by 4. And so all of our stuff is happening before 4. Where is our... Out of curiosity, where is our restaurant where we know Patel went? That was my hope, that we could track Patel. I'm not sure I took good notes about the restaurant in Coconut. Night after 10. So you think they got the body at night? I mean, let me point out that this is our address, 79 Northwest. That's our address of one of our people, Musgrove. That's weird, right? But remember, other people could live in this block, 79 Northwest. All right, the question was in the chat, is 7 Southeast on the map any place? 7 Southeast is no place we know about. Why are they going to Musgrove's house? Or it could just be near his house. I wanted to find out if that person told us when Patel came in. The Turtle restaurant. I don't know why I didn't take a good note of it. The Ship and Turtle, 83 EC. 83 EC. Let me just... look it up quickly, make sure. Just want to see if we're told what time. A few days later, the Indian fella comes in one day. Seems like it's unrelated. Okay. I don't think we'll see the gang on the cab log. They brought their own cart. I agree with that. But Patel, we should be able to find, and he's living with Dr. Richards. So really what we want to be finding is Richards' house. If that's what we suspect, we need to find trips to Richards' house. 83 WC. So there's a trip from the hotel back to Richard's house. Here it is. There we go. There's someone from Dr. Richard's house going to the hotel at 4:45. Very suspicious. Where is the Upper Thames Street? Is it totally unrelated, away from our area? Or might it be our area? Great Russell Street. That sounds familiar. That sounds like it's near our house. Great Russell Street sounds like it might have been one of the ones that was near our doctor's house. Am I imagining that? I thought I had some memory. Maybe I'm imagining it. Okay, Great Russell Street's not there. I was just trying to find some trip to the hotel. I mean, it's a long trip from his house. How did he get there? I mean, someone is going from there, from the hotel, to 83 WC, and then 83 WC to the hotel at 4:45. And then not back. So that's strange. Well, it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, it's getting a little chilly in here. All right, let me see what the channel has to say while I warm up with some tea. So we're talking about what we're at an interesting point here. So we're thinking about what we're trying to still find. I was saying I was hoping to find Patel coming and going in the cab logs. Jonathan says the fake prince showed up during the second hotel shift. That's at least when he talked to the hotel staff. We know that Godfried arrived and he said he walked there. He had a 3 p.m. By 4 p.m., Dr. Richards arrives and says she's already left, if we believe him. I think, like, it would make sense if this is Dr. Richards leaving at 4:15, having found her gone. And then I wonder if this isn't the butler going to check on the body or something. But yeah, so can we just back up for a second and see if we can get our hands on this timeline and what's consistent with what? Is our thinking now that, so we have a bit of a conflict here. Our original thought was that someone put the flower, my thought was that someone put the flower outside the door to mark the door as this is where the killers should go. But we're giving up on that theory now, right? I mean, it's not our favorite theory. Now we're thinking that she was killed by Patel. And that would mean he wouldn't be putting the flower out to mark the door for the killers. In fact, with that theory, there is no pre-planned killing. So just to understand the timeline we're now thinking about, what we're thinking now is that she's killed probably by Patel. And then what, he rushes home, tells Richards, you gotta help me. She's dead in her hotel. And then the butler at that point goes and hires out the workers to come the next morning. Or to come that evening and get the body. That's our theory then, right? They come, if our theory is the butler hires the men, then our timeline is that the butler hires the men after he finds out that they're dead, that she's dead. And then they come get her that evening, right? So she's dead in her room by 4 p.m. Then the butler arranges for the cab driver people to come at night, which means the butler has to get over there at night. Is that what we're seeing here? But that doesn't give him enough time to get to hire the people. That's the part that's throwing me a bit. I'm just, John says the cab log almost makes it push back to Richard being the murderer. Richard shows up, murders her, leaves, and then goes back and tells the butler. Butler goes to make sure, then leaves to hire the men. We're told by the housekeeper who worked with him for 16 years he wouldn't hurt a fly. I agree with that. But that same theory works for Patel as well. But just so just the basics here. The basics of our working theory are, or at least one of our theories. Let's do the unplanned murder for a second. All right, Anna, we're gonna get to it in a second. We're gonna reread some stuff in a second, but I just need to get this straight in my head. We've got our current best theory is that Patel, or Richard, however you want to say it, murders her as an unplanned act. A heat of passion if it's Richard, which we don't believe. I don't believe it's Richard. I believe it's Patel. Patel kills her on his own. Unplanned. Or at least unknown to the others. We have a very short window in which that has to happen. It has to happen somewhere between like 3:10 p.m. and 4 p.m. because 3 o'clock Godfrey meets her and 4 o'clock Richard says he tries to meet her and she's gone by then, which is confirmed by the desk keeper who says there's a note left. So she's killed somewhere between 3 and 4. And then our working theory is that at that point, somehow the butler gets roped in to arranging for the disposal of her body, right? So what we expect then to see, regardless of whether we have logs to prove it, what we then expect to have happened is that sometime after 4 p.m., the butler goes to the Anchor Bar and hires Bottle and his gang to go and get the body to pick up the body at the back alley of the hotel. Someone still has to get into her room, push her out. But then they get the body that evening, and then in the morning, they do the switch. Okay. Conceivably, no one would have to go back to the hotel from Richard Patel, butler. Conceivably, the gang could do that all. Or the butler or Richard could go back to the hotel to dump the body out the window. So if you had to guess, though, this would be our going back to the hotel to dump the body. So this is how I'm now thinking of it. That this is the butler or Patel or Richard, but I think the butler, and he's pushing her body out of the window in anticipation for the people of the gang to come pick it up later, right? He has to hire them and they come that night, but that at least Jonathan says 4:45 seems too early to get it all structured. But okay, that may be true. But I just want to make sure I'm not missing something in terms of timeline. We think she's killed sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. And then somewhere between 4 p.m. and the evening, the gang has to be hired, and then the gang comes at dark and gets the body. She could have been pushed out of the window in the initial attack, for all we know. She could have been killed, wrapped up, pushed out on the initial attack. Either way, they get hired that night and then come back at 10 p.m. that same night. Okay, at least as long as I've got that part straight. And then so what we would be looking for here is some evidence of Patel coming to the hotel and leaving. Here is someone going back to the from the hotel. This sure looks like this is Dr. Richards leaving, but it could be Patel also. Either way, it doesn't really help us. All right. And Tina says her body was thrown later. How do we know that? Because the dustbin lady heard something? Is it possible she just heard them lifting it from the ground onto the cart? All right, let's reread. Anna, what shall we reread? The cleaning woman heard a loud thump at night. It's true. We assumed that was the body landing on the ground or in the cart. But it's possible it was pushed out earlier and they just threw it into the cart and that's what she heard from the ground, like they were just loading it up. But I agree with you, but then someone has to get into her hotel room at night. Let's read Richards and Vera, and then maybe let's read, I'd like to reread The Anchor where they were hired. Let me start there, because that's the part I want to... Well, I guess we'll start where I can find it. So here's Vera, 31. I'll reread these quickly. I think maybe we need to go to an informant. Like, we may need to explore a little bit. I mean, I think we may be at a bit of a dead end here, trying to just think through it, and we may need some informants to help open things up for us. Okay, so we're knocking on the door of Vera. She says, it's my wife or me, and my mother or me. We say, it's you. She says, my mother is dizzy. Okay, Sister Manali. She's all he would talk about during the week I left. He attended one of her lectures overnight. He was obsessed with helping her. He wouldn't have anything to do with her disappearance, I can assure you of that. He can be scatterbrained and naive. There's not a kinder soul on God's green earth. It's an amicable split. She said she worked for him for 16 years, so she knows him well. He's not violent. Super generous. Yeah, he was going to sell everything and go live with her. Or give it all to her. He's too kind. He lets that protege of his, Patel, take advantage of him. He literally came in from the street 4 months ago. He didn't understand English. He held up a pocket watch. A nice one I assumed he'd stolen. It's weird to mention this pocket watch. So Richards is trying to smooth things over. Patel is running the whole place. She knows a trickster. I'm talking about his parents taking care of Richard. They're partly to blame. According to Alfred, they've indulged his every whim since he was a child. Patel used some convincing to get his foot in the door. It was simply too much for me in the end. So she leaves because of Patel is just being ridiculous. Okay. Alfred is a loyal rock of a man. Alfred will do anything for him. Patel called him Mr. Stick Insect. Dr. Richards laughing along. All right, well, that's it. There was nothing there. What about the Richard entry? That seems like that's got a good candidate for being something. $104. All right, let's see. Tall, gaunt barman, butler. Okay. Any news? Not really. Please wait here. Servants running up and down because they were going to sell everything, but now they're not, is what's going on. They were going to sell everything and give it. He was going to sell everything and give it to Sister Manali, and now she's missing, so he's not. That's what's happened. Is it, how old is Dr. Richards? Is it possible his parents are still alive? They caught wind and they had her killed? That would make more logical sense. Like, Dr. Richards' family realized he was going to squander their entire fortune, and they killed her to keep it from happening. Okay, he's reading a tome. Childlike. It's all been chaotic since Vera left. He's listening. He's overhearing everything. Remarkable woman. He listened to her talk. It was life-changing to be in service to others. I was going to see her on Saturday to discuss my future benefaction to her mission. When I got there, His eyes glaze over and he sways for a moment. That's interesting. That sounds like maybe he saw her and saw that she had been killed. Maybe he did. When I got there, ... The worry is taking its toll, you understand. Alfred explains and turned to Dr. Richards. Would you like the gentleman to come back later? He's trying to protect him. So I think our guy Richard walked in and saw her dead at the hands of Patel. And I wonder if they didn't take Patel to escape. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Alfred. Where were we? She wasn't there, was she? Yes, she wasn't there, was she? He's trying to remember what his alibi is, what they've agreed upon. Yeah. Yeah. He did see her dead. And now he's trying to pretend that he didn't see her. Turn the plate over. I don't know what to do. I don't know what that's about. Alfred hesitates. He doesn't want to leave him here, so Alfred knows too. Big plans postponed. All right, let's see. We ask about everyone. Who gets distracted by the musical instrument? Alfred wants to know if we suspect foul play. I bet you do. I bet you do, Alfred. Dr. Richard suspects Godfrey. I'm joking, of course. I wouldn't accuse a man without a proper cause. Childlike innocence. All right, let's read this part because this part was a little weird to us. He takes out a silver pocket watch from his waistcoat, gives it a polish. This thing has been in my family. Yes, Alfred, they're all my family after all, aren't they? For 230 years. Since before my father made his railway fortune. Yes, Alfred, they're all my family after all. So I think he's got the watch maybe that Patel came in with. Maybe Patel scammed him, gave him the watch. I don't think. Now I'm thinking there wasn't a homosexual relationship with Patel. John says, back to the cab log. I found Great Russell Street, British Museums on it. They did say Richard was taking Patel to museums to try to educate him. No, it can't be that Patel is really family because Vera would know if there was. This watch was 4 months ago when he came. Well, we have a bunch of informants. Maybe we need to just strike out a little bit and find informants, or we could try for florists. Jonathan says, I see a secret bastard child from time in India. So, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes, you might be right. You might be right. So Patel is an mentally unstable relative of Dr. Richards who shows up. Vera doesn't get told. Yeah, forget the homosexual angle. I think that's wrong now. So Vera doesn't get told, but the butler does. Even though she's worked for him 16 years? Why wouldn't Vera be brought into the loop? If Patel came and was like, I'm your child, I prove it with this watch, it would explain why the butler would help cover up and why Richard would help cover up, but it doesn't explain why he wouldn't tell Vera. Wouldn't he tell Vera? His 16-year servant, housekeeper? Wouldn't he say, here's my long-lost son, if he loved him and was caring for him? Was he not trying to reveal it? Could he not reveal it to anyone? Even if this is all true, like this is reasonable, that would explain the butler's willingness to help, yes. But then Antina says, but he's really not, and that's why he killed the sister. Why, how she would know, we don't know. But that still leaves us with all the same problems of not knowing how to reach Patel. I think we need to... How old is Patel? We don't know. We don't know. I think a son makes sense. But we need something. Either we need to go to our to-do list and do something here about... we could look at forests, or I think I think we need to go to some informants. We need to get some sort of break. We need something. Court cases, legal affairs. Maybe they were trying to bring Patel into the will of some sort. Gossip Society might know something. Okay, let me start by going to these two places. Legal affairs and gossip. See if anyone has heard anything about the relationship between Richard. Okay, let's see. Someone wants me to check in the chat. India Embassy. Yes, let's go to the India Embassy. That was an idea I had a long time ago that I never followed through. India Embassy. Let's see if we can find the India Embassy. Embassies. There is no Indian Embassy. Okay. Let's look in the directory under India to see if there's something else. That was an interesting idea. Don't see any though. American, Chinese, French, German, Russian, Spanish. That's it. No Indian. Embassy. What about a pawn shop? Did he buy the watch to pawn it? I'm just going to put on the to-do thing, pawn shop possibilities. If we're looking for florists and pawn shops, maybe he bought the watch. Okay, we're going to go to the lawyer. I'm going to see if Richards was trying to find out if, well, I guess that would have been Somerset. I want to see if there's some evidence that he thought he was related. Okay. 36 EC is Edward Hall. Okay, there's no 36 EC, so that informant is out. How about Langdale Pike? 2 Southwest, Langdale Pike. 2 Southwest is number 158. Let's see if he knows anything. We enter the Societies Club to find our friend slumped deep in an armchair with a patchwork quilt across his lap, his whole person a striking display of profound listlessness. On his desk are his mauve-plumed quill pen and an open notebook, its pages blank. "This old town," Langdale mutters with a sigh as we seat ourselves around him. "A little tired today, Langdale. Oh, when a man is tired of London, he is tired of life," Langdale replies mechanically, seemingly implying that he, uncharacteristically, is tired of both. "Oh dear, what's happened?" Nothing's happened. How can I earn my living when there's absolutely nothing happening? London's getting old, I say, old and boring," letting out another affected sigh. He turns his face to the bow window. A soft snowfall has begun outside. He lets out feebly, "Perhaps I could chronicle this most dazzling snowfall for my next column." "You must have read about the mutilated body by the park," Wiggins suggests. Oh, give up. The lower strata indulge in gruesome atrocities all hours of the day. But it's quite outside my scope of interests, as you very well know, Wiggins." "About your scope of interest, as I said, nothing." Pike snatches a newspaper from a side table. "Let's have a look in today's paper, shall we? What have we? Some trifling marriages, adverts, a lost watch, trouble in the docks, a bird show, names and more names no one has ever heard of. Maybe it is I who is getting old. Do I look old, Wiggins? Give it to me straight, boy." "No, Langdale, you look fine," Wiggins reassures him quite unconvincingly. "Maybe you just need a little exercise, a brisk walk, perhaps." "Bah, perhaps I need another brisk gin and tonic." Expending what appears to be his last reserve of energy, the columnist half lifts himself from his seat to look for one of the servant boys. Spotting none, he slumps further back in his chair, sighs, and languidly returns to the newspaper. "Oh, a cancelled lecture at the Anglo-Indian Club. That'll have them talking, won't it?" We notice a slight frown on his brow. Manali, name rings a bell. "Yes, now I remember some people mentioning her name at a party a few weeks ago. She seems to have taken the noblesse oblige by storm. Not least the Anglo-Indian sahibs have shown a passionate interest in her ideas. Wink, wink. It's really her body they're interested in. Noblesse what? The old lords and widowed baroness. With too much time and money to spend on various kinds of charitable missions, this sister Manali has apparently charmed them into believing they represent the height of British philanthropy. There's big money in such business. Wait, you believe she's a swindler? They're known to exist, aren't they? But don't quote me on that. She may be a bona fide missionary maid for all I know. The Anglo-Indian Club. Could there be a connection between her presence in London and the murdered man found? No, don't trick me into your guessing games, Wiggins. Remember what your tutor advises. Get the facts and the rest will follow. Is that it? Now listen, I really have to get some work done. On your way out, fetch a boy and tell him to bring us another G&T. I'll drink it in sympathy with the Indian mission. All right, off you go now. All right, nothing here. All right. One question remained. Why did Patel kill the sister? Did she have dirt on him or just didn't want Richards to give her his fortune? That's my guess, is he just didn't want Richard to give away his fortune. I think Richard was planning on selling everything and kicking the boy out and maybe moving to India. We didn't go to Porky. Let's go to Porky. So Langdale Pike had no information. Porky is 52 EC. 52 EC is 114. Let's see what Porky has to say. A faint smile passes over our pub-keeping friend's lips when Wiggins utters his usual phrase. Any news? The eternal question, Porky lets out drowsily. As Porky doesn't seem to be in a talkative mood today, Wiggins tries another angle. So you've missed the news about the Southwark Park stiff one. Missed it? Hardly, son. Ja, the Ripper is on the loose, they say. You know anything of interest? I know it's caused a big fracas in the docks. There's a lot of talking about taking action and showing them Lascars who they're dealing with. The name Billy Bottle keeps coming up, but I don't know. I say to put pressure on the shipping agents about those quotas. It's the only reasonable thing to do. Porky nods at the all but empty room behind us. I mean, situation affects my business too. Them Indians don't eat my food or drink my beer. What y'all think? Should I convert the place into an Indian kitchen like I heard the Ship and Turtle done? Porky reaches up to hang a tankard above the bar. Well, frankly, sometimes I tell myself to reconsider my trade altogether. Even the weekends are bad these days. The other afternoon, a most splendid old fellow came in, you know, the old well-mannered type, and asked where he could find some capable men for a loading job. I look around the place and realize there's only me, two old Lushingtons playing dice, and some cackling mopsies in the corner, so this is where all my efforts have got me, I thought to myself, and I felt shame. Doesn't often happen to a Shinwell. So what'd you tell him? Well, then he better head on down to the docks, of course, to the Anchor or the Angel or some other fancy boozer. There he'd find an entire workforce just waiting for him, and make sure you tell them I sent you. Well, there hasn't been too much gratitude coming my way so far, sighs Porky. And when was this? Last Saturday, another memorable night for the establishment. We thank our friend and wish him better business next weekend. Okay, so it's just pointing us to the Anchor, which we found on our own. So that's Porky. Okay, so the question was, do we see a trip in the cab log to Porky's? That's or to the Anchor, which we should have been looking for ourselves. That's a good question. Where is our cab log? 270. That's a very good idea, because our guy has to be taking cabs, doesn't he? Or does he have access to a carriage at Richard's house? Well, 83WC is where he lives, but that's the same as if you traveled from near there, you'd get 82WC. There's no other WCs, but there's Tower Street. But these are all going to the hotel, so that doesn't help us. Unless you went straight from the hotel there. You went straight from the hotel. Well, let's see. 63WC, 52EC. Wait a minute, is that it? Is that Porky? 52EC, you found it, Jonathan. I think you found it, Jonathan. At 5:35, the person leaves from the hotel to Porky's. So here he is. This is what we thought before, that maybe this was the butler heading back to the hotel. You used to thought that that was too soon, but maybe not. He goes home. Dr. Richards runs into the body, rushes home, gets home at 4:30 or so, tells the butler Patel has killed Sister Manelli. Get over there and cover it up. The butler gets in a cab, goes to the hotel, walks up, sees the body, freaks out, gets in a cab, and goes to Porky's. And from there, he walks over to hire out someone else to go get her. At which point, he leaves a flower outside her door to mark it as the door that the killers go. I don't know. Maybe you don't need to mark it anymore. Maybe just tell them. So let me mark. We don't normally mark Porky's, but I guess we will now. It's way up there. So I think that's pretty reasonable. Let me check in with the chat. Or the flower fell from Patel. That's an interesting idea. Is it possible that the butler thought his master did it? Is that possible? Is it possible the butler thought that Richard did it and that's why he's covering up? Even though it was Patel? Surely not. Surely the butler would know he wouldn't kill him. This is a tricky situation here we're dealing with to know whether we're done. It's hard because some cases are designed for you to... Some cases would be designed for this to be the most evidence we could expect to get, while other cases would be designed for us to be able to find Patel and get much more information. And it's hard to know which one we're dealing with here. Jonathan says what I think. I feel like we should have a bit more concrete evidence about Patel's lineage, more confirming Patel as the killer. I would tend to agree with you. I would tend to agree with you. Okay, but let me see if we can put together a convincing narrative of these cab logs. So, some point, although I don't see where it happens, Richard goes to the hotel for his meeting. Do we know if he has an office? He's working from home, right? Maybe Jonathan was... Okay, well, let's skip that for now. Let me just continue with this thing. Richard is somewhere else, not at home. He goes for his 4 p.m. meeting to the hotel, which might mean that he took one of these cabs not from home, but from somewhere else. He gets to the hotel for his 4 p.m. meeting with her to tell her the plan is all set. I'm selling everything. I'm giving you all the money. Maybe he goes with Patel. Either way, it's an interesting idea that he might be with Patel and Patel kills her. Either way, at 4:15, he leaves. He's either gone to the hotel and saw her dead body or was with Patel and Patel kills her. He gets on the 4:15 cab home. He arrives home at 4:30 or so, tells his butler, she's dead, you've got to help me. You've got to cover it up. I was there. I'll be arrested. The butler goes to the hotel, takes a cab to the hotel, checks out the body. Maybe he pushes it out the window, or maybe he just puts a marigold flower in front of the door, and then he goes and gets on a 5:35 from the hotel. So he spent a couple minutes checking out the hotel. Maybe he's wrapped her in linens, whatever. He goes to Porky's, tries to hire some men. Porky tells him to go to the other pub, which he does. And he hires his people. They come and get the body. So the only question is, why do we not see, if Richard is taking a cab home here, which I think makes sense, how is he getting there? Why do we not see him going from his home? Is it Jonathan's theory that he was with Patel out somewhere at Great Russell Street? Is that where you said the museums were? Question. Desk clerk said that Richard did not go to the hotel. We think he went, saw the dead body, and because the hotel was understaffed, they just didn't see him. Yes, I think that's right. Great British Museum is on Great Russell Street. This would make sense. So what if he's going with Patel from the museum to the hotel to meet the woman together, and then Patel kills her in front of him? But for what reason? There has to be some reason there. I think she must tell him. Clerk said Patel. The clerk said that, yeah, not only was he alone, good memory, not only was he alone, but he claimed to be Godfrey's servant. Is it possible that Godfrey hired Patel? We're missing something. We're missing something. Let's do some long shots. Let's look for florists. There aren't that many. What would we be looking for? One near the hotel or one near our guy's house? Southeast forests. I don't really have any. 46. Let me see. 46 WC. No. I don't think it's going to be a forest. Mind looking up 38 WC. Maybe it will say Richard was there. Okay. No, I don't mind that at all. So, but what do you want to look up? 38 WC? What's 38 WC? Do you mean... Yeah, what do you mean? Why 30... What's at 38 WC? Do you mean, you're thinking Great Russell Street? Is that what you're thinking? 38 WC is Great Russell Street? "38, the British Museum at Great Russell Street" is what Jonathan is saying. Like, can we catch him? Can we catch him at the museum? Okay. 38 WC. I think that's a reasonable idea. That's a reasonable idea. 38 WC. WC Museum, which is number 136. I think maybe we go to the library after this. Okay, there's an entry. I think Jonathan got us something here. We enter the vast main hall of the British Museum and look around for an attendant to talk to. Near the entrance to the Greek galleries, we see a smallish man with a slim build and a rat-like face eyeing the crowds with a peering gaze. As we head his way, he spots us from the other side of the room, throwing us a piercing sideways glance without changing his position. Hello, sir, Wiggins begins as we come up to him. You needn't bother trying to distract me while your fellow rascal there sneaks into the exhibitions. What with that large coat of his, if there's anything to be gained from 10 years at my station, it's a keen eye. Wiggins explains what our business is, and there's a twinkle in the man's eyes as he says, "Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, no less. It seems we are fellow crime fighters, although my work is more on the preventative side. What can I do for you?" "We'd like to ask you about a possible visitor to the museum, Dr. Richards." Mrs. Jonathan figured this out, that he went there with his friend. "Well, I'm certainly not one to gossip about the people who come here, but I happen to know the man you speak of. He visits us twice a week with a younger brown fellow who, by the looks of it—" He's interrupted by the huffing of a decidedly obese man struggling to climb the stairs from the Egyptian exhibition. Keeping his eyes on the man, the attendant leans towards us and divulges in a hushed tone, "Do you know who that is? That's Baron von Neudorf. Would you believe it? He comes here incognito, as it were, his visits always coinciding with those of a certain blonde whom, it seems to me, he's following around. Haven't been able to work out who she is, but—" The attendant catches himself. "But why am I telling you this?" He smiles. "So about your Dr. Richards. He visits with a younger brown man, showing him the exhibitions and expounding on the origins and history connected to various pieces. I wouldn't venture to guess about their relationship, but they do seem to be on friendlier terms than, say, a tutor and his pupil. Also, it seems that over the course of their visits, the younger man has been developing a flair for extravagant attire. I can't tell if this is at the behest of his patron or not." He ponders the question for a moment. I wonder if we could find him at a tailor shop. He ponders the question for a moment, tapping his chin, then once again leans in and lowers his voice, with his eyes firmly fixed on a middle-aged lady with a cane. "Now, Dr. Richards has always struck me as quite a wholesome sort of chap, but what lurks in the hearts of men shall never fail to surprise us, eh?" "You do indeed have a keen eye," Wiggins remarks. "I think we've figured out that I think he is the son. I think that's what we figured out. I think it's alluding to them having a relationship, but I'm now convinced that he thinks he's his son. And maybe he is." The attendant jumps at the comment and rights himself again. "Anyway, I'm afraid I can't be of more assistance. If it's gossip you want, the museum tavern is across the road." Goodbye, gentlemen. Someone going to overhear them talking at the museum tavern. As we're about to leave, he puts his hand on Wiggins' shoulder. "Oh, there's one more thing. When the doctor and his friend were here last here on Sunday, the foreigners seemed to be very agitated about something. They kept arguing, and it all culminated with the young man shouting and storming out into the street. The doctor looked quite despondent for a while, but was soon distracted by another exhibition." We thank the attendant for his vigilance and candor. Okay, we're getting there. So our theory is starting to sound right. That this is how they're going to end up at Mrs. Sister Manally's hotel room, together or one shortly after the other. He told this kid, who's his son, who thinks he's his son or is his son, who was set to inherit everything, that he's going to will it all to Sister Manally. In other words, guess what? No inheritance for you. All the money is going to go to Sister Manally. And the kid freaked out. And he went and killed off that sister, either right in front of Dr. Richards or right before Dr. Richards arrives. And Dr. Richards panics and is trying to protect him and made the butler protect him. So what if we follow this through? So that was really good work, Jonathan, having us visit the museum. I mean, that was smart. That was very smart. I didn't disbelieve your theory that they were there together. I thought that made sense, but it was very smart to actually go there. Okay, then he says that the tavern is across the street. I'm not sure that's anything for us, but it's worth checking out, right? Now, which across the street is it? We don't know, but 64, 65, or 37, or 39. Well, 64 is there. 37 and 39 aren't. So let's see if anyone's heard anything at 64 WC. 243. So fight and sun. So 64 is 243. Let's see if there's a tavern there for us. No, there isn't. Let me just make sure I did that right. 64 WC is 243. And there's no 39, 37, or 65. 39, 37, or 65. No. Okay, so let me just make sure. Okay, so that's that. And then if we look at our cab logs again, so one of them at 3:10 is getting in the cab. That's surely going to be either both of them or Patel. What do we think? Is it Patel or both? Oh, there they are. There's two of them. There it is. Now we know. Look at that. So there's two entries from the museum, and we're told by the guy that Richards got redistracted back to the exhibits. So I think this matches our timeline expectations exactly. Patel leaves first, alone, goes to the hotel, kills her, and here's Richard a half hour later following up. So he goes with Patel to the museum. They have a fight. He tells Patel he's meeting with Manali, going to give her all his money. They storm off. Patel leaves, and Richard says, I'll just keep going. I'll meet him at home. Everything will be fine. When his time comes to meet with her at 4, he gets in a cab from the museum at 3:45 to make his 4 p.m. He gets there, and he comes home. It's a little weird. He can't have asked her what her room is because we're told that she left. So I'm not sure about that part. That's a little bit confusing to me, but I think that timeline works. So what we don't know is we don't have any evidence about whether they're really father and son, right? It feels like the game is sort of suggesting to us watchmakers, what if we look for a watchmaker near his house? What if he took his son, took that kid with the watch, and they proved that it really was his old watch? What about a watchmaker unrelated to the one in the newspapers? Watchmakers, 16 EC and 38 Northwest. There's only 2 in the directory. Watchmaker, 16 EC, 38 Northwest. So 16 EC would get us to number 242, and 38 Northwest would get us to number 195. What's the odds that either of these are going to be real actual entries? Well, it's time for us to take a break. We'll come back, we'll see what that is, and we'll discuss whether we're ready to at least look at the questions. But first, my new plugin has told me that the chat has something. There are 2 entries of people leaving from the hotel to his house. Is that right? There's this one, 4:45. Wait, we're leaving the hotel to his house? Are there? Where? Or is the question, are there? Let's see, they both arrive at the hotel. Now there's the one trip from the hotel to 83 WC. So that's it. I think there's only the one going home. I think Patel has escaped out, is on foot. This is our guy Richard arriving at 4, leaving at 4:15. And then up here, what we have is the butler. Here we have the butler rushing to the hotel after his master tells him about the murder. The butler rushes to the hotel and then goes from the hotel to Porky's. At what age did Richards return from India? That's a great question. In other words, could we see if he could have a son? That's a good question, but it's time to come back first. The watchmaker could have some information on him, so we still have a couple more informants we could check too. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We're in an interesting position here where we've been sort of thrashing about, making a little bit of progress, but more importantly, in a situation where we're not sure how much it's a gut instinct about whether we have the information we're expected to have found or if there's a little bit more that we can find. It feels to me like my gut is that there's a little bit more about Patel, but it's not clear. I was I'm a little thrown off by all this talk about watches and the watch. We're told that he's got the watch. He came in, Patel had the watch in the beginning, and then we're told that Richard is holding up the watch saying they're family. It feels to me like that watch is somewhat of a proof that they're related or something. And I think we're all settling on the idea that they are related or that they think they're related, and that's why the butler agreed to cover up. We could look at the questions soon. I think we will. I wanted to look at the watch shops and maybe pawn shops. So 242 and 195. Let us see if those are entries. There's still a bunch of entries. Okay, there's no 242. That means it's a gap in the table. No 195. Okay, so no watchmakers in the directory. That's troublesome. That's very troublesome to me. With all the talk of watches, we can't go to a single watch place. Isn't that odd? All right, what about pawn shops? I think sooner rather than later, we are going to... I'm just going to write down some pawn shops. So Jonathan's agreeing with me about, it seems like we should be able to go to a watch place with all the watch places. I'm just going to write down these pawn shops. 26E, 73 EC, 1 East, 47 East. We still have informants to go to. And okay, I'm going to look up the name from it. I think so. First, I'm going to look up these pawn shops to see if any of them are visitable. So 1, no. 47, no. 26 East is a place. That's 223. And then 73 is a place. 167. Let's just see if either of those are here. 167. No. And then 223. No. Okay, so no pawn shops, no watchmakers. All right, let me search for the text for these watchmakers in the newspaper. Kendall and Dent. No. Okay, so just a red herring then. Hmm. As long as I'm watching, which is probably to the end now, we'll point out any typos if you don't mind that. Yeah, if you can point out a typo. I mean, I think we're doing fine when we find a typo of knowing it's not important. So I don't don't give us anything that could be a hint, I guess. But I mean, if there's a typo in a address, that means we don't get to it. You could tell us. Here's the advertisement. Watches for the colonies. Watches for the blind. Let's go to the. Let's see what informants we have left. H.R. Murray, criminologist. We haven't thought that there's a reason to go there, but we should go there, just in case. Let's see if what Lestrade has to say, what he's found. Maybe some of them know something. Let's try the librarian first, and then soon we're going to look at the questions to see if we're trying to solve stuff we don't need to solve. So librarian 5 Southwest is 22. Lestrade 13 Southwest is 254. And then H.R. Murray, which we don't know what he should be looking for, but he's at 22 Southwest, which is 131. Let's just see if there's any of these entries. We think we know everything except whether we don't really know. Well, we think we know why Patel tried to kill her. I guess we feel like we know everything. I feel like we almost do know everything that we need to know. Okay, well, now we've got something weird. Okay, so this should give us some pause. Oh, actually, it has an otherwise. So I thought I was just going to say, if you have token A, go to 77. Well, we don't have token A. So that's interesting. But otherwise, go to 162. So what's this about? What is this about? A goes to 77. Otherwise, 162. What is A, I wonder? All right, so I'm going to 162. We are informed that Lomax is out on an errand. Well, that was not very helpful to us. What is that about? Very interesting. All right, well, let's put that on our little to-do list. It could be a trap, but it doesn't seem like it's a trap. Lomax wants token A. All right. How about Murray? Maybe we misunderstood the idea that the criminologist had something to work with, even though we can't think of what he was looking at. Oh, I see. H.R. Murray does have something he's working on, or he's going to talk to us at least.
Higgins, he says. Higgins, I expected you and the lads yesterday already. I had prepared some tea. I'm afraid in accordance with the second law of thermodynamics, its temperature has now become equalized with that of the room. Oh, never mind. I have some other items of interest. Come along.
Scotland Yard head chemist beckons us towards a wide bench brightly illuminated by gas lamps. Inside 4 separate frames lie the evidence. Some men's garments, a piece of patterned cloth, an odd-looking knife, and a paper note.
These items were found on or near the man who's still, to my knowledge, unidentified, says Dr. Murray. No wonder with his face cut up like that, the poor fellow. First, we have the clothes. Beware, they smell. Process of decomposition was well underway when the body was found.
We know who this is and all that, so let's see. Maybe there's going to be something here we don't know, but probably not.
The clothes consist of a well-worn moleskin jacket, a plain white shirt, cord trousers, and underpants, all garments popular among the working class. Nothing out of the ordinary, apart from the fact that they were unusually clean and in relatively good repair. You will notice that several holes in the jacket were recently mended. Shirt has perforations from the knife, of course, but there's no blood on it. All the pockets were empty. Next, we have this one.
Murray unfolds a piece of fabric the size of a large tablecloth, heavily splotched with dried mud and blood. Oh, it's the linen from the woman.
It has a deep blue color with intricate floral patterns in a red and gold. I take it to be a shawl or some similar accessories. It's made from the purest oriental silk. Go on, have a feel. Quite delicate handiwork, don't you think? Our manufactories can't compete with such craft.
Murray flattens the creases of the dirty fabric with quiet admiration.
The cloth was found in a gutter very near the crime scene. On top of the bloodstains, a bright young member of the force saw another possible connection by way of origin to our next item.
Murray picks up the knife from the 3rd frame. It has a few indistinct stains on its blade.
This here is the knife that was extracted from the victim's chest. In fact, it's not any old hoodlum's dagger. In fact, I doubt that it was made to be used as a weapon at all. The workmanship is exquisite, and I shouldn't be surprised if it's quite valuable. It has a single-edged curved steel blade. Brass hilt is finely ornamented. All in all, it's suggestive like the cloth of an oriental origin. It has some other interesting features, like this ring here. He points to a small metal ring attached at one point to the base of the hilt. This seems to me to be an attachment, perhaps for hanging it on a wall. But look at this, my young detectives.
Murray sticks his thumbnail into an inconspicuous slit above one of the ornamented sides and slides a panel out to expose a hollow core.
In this secret chamber, I found your last item, a clue that speaks for itself.
Murray picks up the paper note from the 4th frame. It's been folded several times to fit inside the knife. He holds it out for us to read. I will explain my absence today if you agree to meet me at Allison's on Oswin Street at 8 o'clock tonight. The calendula is in bloom. Now this is interesting.
written by a firm, educated hand on fine linen paper. The blue ink is of a well-known type. Well, there you have it. Confounding, isn't it? Oh, and this was hanging loosely around the victim's neck. Murray picks up a plain cotton cord from among the clothes. We see no traces of blood on it either. We thank Dr. Murray for his exhibition and take our leave. You now have token A. Loosely around his neck, a cotton cord. What do we make of the cotton cord? Okay, so we obviously should have we should have gone to Murray right away. For some reason when we talked to Meeks, he seemed so dismissive. He's like, I didn't even save the piece of paper. So we were like, they didn't even pay attention to this body. But obviously Murray did pay attention. Okay, so H.R. Murray gave us token A. So the chat thinks this is going to be a red herring, but I do think we probably may have found our marigold and stuff. Lord Musgrove, he didn't show up to one of her lectures, wanted to have an affair with her. He tried to visit her that night. Yeah, I think I'm tending to agree that this is almost like red herring stuff. But let us go by the book, give ourselves token A, which we know we can return to. Cord around neck, I don't know what that's about. Okay, so then we were supposed to go back. The note says Allison's on Oswin Street, 8 p.m. tonight. Calendula. Inside the knife. What is... But what... Why has it been kept inside her knife? I will explain my absence. That's weird. Now I'm not so sure I understand what this is about. Now I'm not so sure what this is about. All right, let's return with token A to 77. Let's see what that's about. Is he going to analyze that note for us or something? We're standing around Lomax's desk, watching the librarian flip through pages of a botanic encyclopedia. Here it is. Let's see. The calendula is a plant of the daisy family. It is known as the common marigold in the English-speaking world. It comes in different shades of red and yellow, grows in numerous regions from Portugal to Southeast Asia and beyond. As for the symbolic meaning, Lomax leaves us for a moment and returns with another hefty tome. Calendula is Latin, meaning throughout the months, which seems to refer to the fact that it blossoms about once a month. It's widely used in religious ceremonies in many parts of the world. In India, it's a sacred flower, symbolizing serenity and thankfulness. In French folklore, it has been a symbol of jealousy. In Catholic Mexico, it is used in their November holiday festival for the dead, Dia de Muertos. Its strong scent is said to attract dead souls. It also tends to repel insects, which makes it suitable for rituals and adorning holy shrines. Early Christians brought calendulas to decorate statues of the Virgin Mary, hence its other name, Mary's Gold. In that context, it carries meanings of saintly love, shelter, and so forth. Could it be used to make concoctions of some sort? Wiggins asks. Well, not of any poisonous kind. In fact, the flower is edible. Its petals are used in cooking, though mainly as garnish. That's why it's also called pot marigold. In addition, it's recognized for its medicinal qualities. Henry VIII apparently employed it to battle the plague. Okay, so a little bit of history about that. Where is Allison's on Oswin Street? Is that a restaurant? Allison's, 14 Southeast. All right, Allison's 14 Southeast is number 191. What do you think we're going to find here? I mean, she can't show up because she was dead, but someone's going to show up trying to meet her, right? Who showed up trying to meet her is the question. And can they tell us what was going on? Is this all going to be red herring stuff? 191. We step into the front dining room of Allison's restaurant. It's a fairly high-class establishment with curved red velvet banquettes and a plush crimson and gold patterned carpet. Through a wide doorway and a wooden divider, we see a second dining area at the back. The head waiter, spotting us from the far end of the room, glides up to block our way. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we don't serve children." He looks around to the group, certainly not unattended. "Don't worry, we're not hungry, sir. We're conducting a murder investigation." "And your fine establishment was mentioned in a note found on the victim. Would you mind if we asked a couple of questions?" Slightly taken aback by this information, the waiter hesitantly agrees, and Wiggins shows him his notebook. This was written in the note. The calendula is in bloom. Do you know what date it may be referring to?" "I'm sorry, but this is all we've got to go on," Wiggins replies. Let me have a look in the booking ledger." The waiter heads for the bar, turning after a couple of steps to add, "You stay there, please." A few moments later, he returns, eyeing through the open ledger as he walks. 8 o'clock is a rather busy time, of course. Mr. Harrington, Lady Campbell. He stops at a name on the list. This one, Mr. Thomas. He's not one of our regulars, but I remember him coming in on Saturday. Arrived 20 minutes early, he did, having booked a table close to the door. I recall that he seemed quite anxious, studying the menu for a good half-hour before ordering a glass of wine. The thing is, he had brought a flower, a single yellow one, which he placed on the table, and then changed his mind and instead put it on the seat next to him. He kept moving it back and forth, seemingly unable to decide where he preferred it. I mean, I only thought of it because of that flower reference in your note. Does that help you at all? Too early to say, isn't it? Wiggins answers. Anything else of interest about Mr. Thomas? The waiter thinks for a moment, then chuckles to himself. Well, he was an older gentleman of slight build, but he did have quite the colorful get-up for his age. I must say, dandyish even. I remember thinking it was at odds with his rather timid personality. Anyway, he left around 9 o'clock without having ordered anything to eat. I'm afraid that's all I remember. Well, 9 o'clock.
I guess we're going to find him taking the cab from this restaurant to the hotel where he's going to leave that outside our door, I guess. So it doesn't seem relevant to us. 14 Southeast. I guess I should write that down. It's Mr. Thomas. He's on a date. Dressed dandyish. 9 o'clock. So, I don't see him taking a cab to the hotel. That's strange. Any thoughts on that? Musgrove thought he got stood up, went to hotel, she didn't answer, left flower outside her door. It's Musgrove. He lost his flower there, it looks like. Left his flower. Yeah, I think I agree with you. He's made up his name. He was trying to have a date with her. But why is she writing him that note? "27 EC, 69 EC." Okay, well, there's no 27. There is a 69. We could see what 69 EC gives us. So you guys think there's no Mr. Thomas for us to visit, huh? That it's just an alias he's using? There's a George Thomas at 57 Northwest. The part that's confusing me about the idea that it's Musgrove is the part that she's writing some note to him. Or he's writing note to her. That's the part that's really confusing me. Like if it's Musgrove that was trying to make a date with her, but I thought he didn't. He seemed like he wanted her, but he didn't seem like he had a date. Did he say he got stood up by her? I find that confusing. 69 EC, or is this someone else? 69 EC, you're saying is a location on Cheapside in EC. 69 EC. If there was an entry there, it would be number 7. Let's just see. There is an entry there. Kind of hope there isn't, because I don't know how we would have officially really got there. It is a 7, but we've already been there. It's Deacon's house. Okay, so that's that. That's the EC. Let me see. The chat seems to have a better handle on this. It was Musgrove. It was the same description. It was his note. He wrote the note. So he wrote the note and gave it to her. And she was hiding the note, and she was going to meet him, you think, then? Okay. All right. Well, you guys have a better handle on that than I do. 57 Northwest is this person Thomas' house. Probably not related to us, but you've already convinced me it's Musgrove. I'm just going to look it up to see if this guy tells us, get out of here. I got no business with you. Yeah, okay, so if you visit Thomas, he tells you, I'm not involved in this. He's repairing his roof. We inquire whether he visited. He has never heard of the place. Okay, so you guys were right about it being Musgrove. Matches his description, which I don't remember. But, okay, well, that's of no use to us. You think we have everything we need to solve this case? Let's open a vote. Do we go to Lestrade yet? We didn't go to Lestrade yet. Let's go to Lestrade, then I'm going to open this up to vote. 254 is Lestrade. .254 says, Lestrade's secretary informs us that the inspector is out on urgent fieldwork in the Southwark Park murder case. Okay, so that's that. I believe that's all of our, well, it's not quite all of our allies. We haven't been to the Police Gazette, Fred Porlock, and Mycroft, and Sherlock Holmes, which I'm not sure this game uses. Let's visit Sherlock Holmes. Let's see if this case uses Sherlock Holmes or if it's like the old style cases that doesn't. We'll go quick on these things. 42 Northwest is 94. Holmes. And then Mycroft. It's always fun to talk to Mycroft. I'm wearing my Mycroft shirt. So it seems like I should be... Okay, 8 Southwest doesn't exist. So there's that. Police Gazette, 35 EC. That doesn't exist as an entry. Porlock is 18 Northwest. That could be an entry. 18 Northwest is 199. Okay, so very quickly, the last of our informants, we're going to see if they exist. One is 94. Which there's no entry for, and one is 99. No, 199. 199 is Parsons. No present for you today, I'm afraid. I told you, waste of time, grumbles Wiggins, addressing a certain person in our group who is bashfully studying the floor. Okay, so this is making fun of me for coming here. All right. Well, those are all our informants. Let's check in with the chat here. It does make you wonder if she was honest about her mission, but I don't know where we would go to find more on that. She was just scamming these men for their money, but could be scamming them for a greater good and going to give their money to poor anyway. Yeah, we don't know. So we've got our theory. Patel kills her. Our guy walks into it. Okay, let's vote on whether you want to look at the questions or we could look up Calvinist churches while you're voting. I'll quickly see if... What we'll do is we'll look at the questions, and there's a Calvin house at 7 East. Calvin house, did we already know about that and we didn't go there? I think we did already know about that, but we didn't go there. Let me just look it up while you guys are voted. There are definitely entries in this book we haven't read. Okay, while we're waiting for the vote will stay open while I read the Calvin house, which was what Jonathan wanted to pursue at some point. All right, so I gotta clear this. The vote still stay open though. I'll return to it in a second. A few blocks off the main thoroughfare, we find a narrow, sunless yard next to a sooty lodging house. A battered signpost reads Calvin House.
From what appears to be a kitchen shack, smoke seeps where the roof tiles are missing. 3 men step outside wearing grimy frocks and each munching on a large steaming chop of meat. Violent coughing is heard from an alley running alongside the main building. A moment later, a 4th man comes scrambling out, spitting and swearing. He lowers himself unsteadily and seats himself by the wall, murmuring incomprehensibly. The other men jeer at him and then turn to us with inquisitive eyes. "Looking for a room, eh?" one of them asks, an uncanny smirk on his greasy, unshaven face. "1 shilling apiece. This here ain't one of your low-class joints, you see." His cronies join in with similar offers, some of them rather indecent and all delivered with much merriment. "We're looking for Billy Bottle," Wiggins announces matter-of-factly. "Are you now?" the greasy one replies. "Well, anything you want to say to Billy, you can say to us. We're thick as thieves, if you like." "I'm sure you are, mate. It's just that today we need to talk to Billy. We want to talk to Billy." "Yeah, Billy needs a good rest," the short round fellow says. "He's been very busy." "Yeah, nice long rest for Billy," the third one chimes in. "No more undertakings for a while, I'd say. Ha 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 ha." The others burst into roaring laughter, congratulating their friend on the apparent witticism. "Undertakings, nice one, Jeff." "That's right. Billy deserves a stiff drink after all that work." The men's banter is briefly interrupted by a violent fit of vomiting from the seated man, which then elicits even louder howls of merriment. After a while, the laughter dies down, and the first man turns to us again, his voice tinged with wariness. "What do you want Billy for, anyway?" "Well, we might have work for him," Wiggins lies, casually inspecting the surrounding buildings. He's looking for a way out. This seems to catch the attention of the other two. "Work? More work?" the round one says. "What sort of work?" demands the third. "Well, we were told we might find good men here, men who don't mind getting their hands dirty." "Hang on now, you seem a little too young to know what you're talking about." The first man says, all traces of jocularity now gone. The round one intervenes. "Did he send you, Lord Flagpole? I mean, the posh codger with the—" "Shut up, Cobbs. These little kinchkins have strayed too far from their mum's bosom, methinks. They should be back in bed 'fore it gets dark." "Aye," the third one says, "this here can get to be a very dark place for sneaky little mice. Grave dark like." "But we could always do with a little bit of extra business, right?" Cobbs reasons, addressing the first one, who's now slowly approaching us. "Shut your big head," he tells the comrade as he waves his half-eaten pork joint at us like a club. "And you, get your pretty little feet gone from here before we throw you in the pot with these." Realizing the soundness of his advice, we leave the gloomy yard in a flash, not stopping before we get to the East India Dock Road. Okay, so we found our gang. At least we know their hideout if we get asked. All right, let's return to our vote. Using my new voting system, it seems to be working. Okay, so Jonathan voted Calvin House and so did Antina. You can now change your mind. So you could now, Jonathan and Antina should now revote for whether you want questions or something else. It looks like we've got questions, question, and questions. I don't know how we got 2 questions in there. That looks like a bug in my software. Why did it think there's 2 different spellings of questions when they look the same to me? How did Ginny get a different kind of questions up there? Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's officially being tallied. I just have to look at it. Everyone is voting questions. All right, then.
I guess we're looking at questions, and then we'll go back into the field if we aren't comfortable with all of them. All right, maybe an extra space. The regular expression should have caught that, but I'll look into that. All right, let's close the vote. Clear it. And read our questions. Now, remember, officially, you wouldn't be able to go back into the field if you get a question you don't know the answer to, but that's not how we play. We read the questions and then we go back out if we need to. What is the name of the dead man found by Southwark Park? Where is Sister Manali? Who is Patel? Who killed Sister Manali and why? Why was Sister Manali's body taken away and hidden? Whoa, the answers are down there. Okay, so there's a suggestion for the designers. Do not do that. Put that on another page. You've got plenty of pages. We almost looked at those by accident. I hope you guys didn't look like. All right. Now, this is troubling. Quite a few of these are troubling to us. Okay, so we believe we know the answer to the first one, right? That we found out very quickly. That's Glenn Whipple, I believe his name was. Where is Sister Manali? Well, she's buried in the grave and coffin of Glenn Whipple, who's in the Hamlet Cemetery. Now's where we get into a bit of trouble, because it's not crystal clear how thorough, how complete this answer should be. We know Patel is the Indian who showed up at Dr. Richard's house. We believe he's the one who killed Sister Manali. We believe we have a good theory about why. But what we don't know is if he is Richard's son, ? Or he certainly kind of seems crazy, mentally challenged. But we don't know if he's really the son, that claims to be the son, claims to be the brother. We don't know. Now, who killed Sister Manali? We believe we know the answer to this. Our best guess is that it was Patel. We feel pretty confident about that. And the why, we believe it's for inheritance / to prevent loss of support from Dr. Richards, who is going to give all his money to charity. But now this one is a little more complicated, this last number 5. I suppose our assumption here is that the butler is doing this so that to keep Richards / Patel from investigation. Is that our idea? I don't know why you could just I mean, you could just throw the body in the street and try to clean it up of evidence, but maybe that's too risky. So is that our answer? To protect them from investigation? do we believe that it's interesting. It's not asking us who did it, but I guess it's to protect. Well, it's to protect Patel, but there's also the off chance that Richards told the butler it's to protect me. Well, that was my question. And Tina asked the question that I asked when we came back from last break. Did we learn about the father being some famous person and referred to in a way that maybe we could have looked up his father? Because if we could look up his grandfather, we might be able to find the connection to Patel. So before we read this, I'm going to put a little, with all of these pages, I think we could have had this on a separate page as the designers. I don't think there's a need for this to be here, but I guess, yeah, no, there's no reason this should be on the same page. Okay. Could we visit the Army archives about the father serving in the war? Is there any India thing? What about some royal? In the old directory, there are always a bunch of entries under royal. What about some royal? Let's see. Royal Academy, Royal Blackheath, Gaul, Royal Courts of Justice, Royal Military Museum. We've encountered that in a previous... We encountered a weird thing with the Royal Military Museum being a place where they handed out, where the old law people hung out. Right? It's different in the new one. In the new book, they're not listed under Royal. Oh, yeah, they are. But still Royal Military Museum. Northwest Royal Military Museum. What else do we have? Insurance company. I don't think this is it, but where could we find... Well, let's see if 47 Northwest is an entry. Okay, there's no 47, so we're not going to the military museum. The Army art. Just you seem to think it's easy to just dump the body somewhere and that's it. But if it gets discovered, you're screwed. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm not disagreeing with that. Are there any other organizations that would know about the relationship between Patel? Pawn shop? Could he have bought the watch at a pawn shop? Dr. Richards, 83WC. What if we look up Richards? Do we have any other entries for Richards? There are other entries for Richards. 78. What's the chance that there are other Richards? And Tina and I were thinking on the same exact lines. What are the chances we can talk to more of his family? Boy, would that be nice. We've got a Lady Hillary and a Sir Edmund Richards and a Westerly Richards. Oh, this would be good. If this is... There are a couple of these moments that they're rarely true. If you watch me play on this stream, you'll see you'll note that there have been several times in different streams where I've said, oh, if this is in here, I'll be very happy. Like several times in several streams, we've gotten stuck, we've come up with something clever, and then it hasn't panned out. But this is one of them. We've got 2 more addresses for Richards. And it sounds like his parents, maybe. So let us see if these places are real. Okay, so 31 Northwest isn't an entry. But 78 Northwest is a potential entry, which would be potentially 236. So I think this is going to be one more time where it would be nice, but it's probably not going to be the case. But let's see, 236. Okay. So we've got an entry for 236. Possibly the first time that we've stumbled on something that I thought that would be very clever if it was there, and we found something. Let's see. Let's see if we're going to crack this case wide open with this. That would be wonderful. If so, if not the end of the world. Okay, here we go. So we're visiting. Let's take a moment here. We are visiting. We looked up Richards. We found the doctor by looking up doctor, but now we looked up Richards. And here is what we've found. Sir Edmund Richards and Lady Hilary Richards at 78 Northwest. Are these his parents? And are they going to tell us that Patel really was? Are they alive? Are they going to say Patel is his brother? Fingers crossed. Another spell of light snowfall begins as we approach the stately Richards home on Brook Street. Suddenly, the front door is thrown open and an elegantly dressed woman in her 70s steps outside, closing the door with a bang behind her. She descends the newly sanded steps to the building, seemingly in a hurry, turns left at the gate, and walks towards us. I'm sorry, but are you Lady Hilary Richards? Wiggins asks her. This is a long entry. This is promising. Thank you, I'm not in a charitable mood, the woman replies curtly as she passes us, adding with a sardonic laugh, apparently I'm already giving away a whole house. We follow her down the street, half running as we try to keep up with her. Lady Richards, we're conducting an investigation. How do you know my name? Lady Richards asks, turning her head to address us without slowing down. It's about Dr. Richards. Well, whatever you're investigating about Dr. Richards, I'm sure he's guilty as charged. He's all but killed his own father, for starters. What? Reaching New Bond Street, Lady Richards plows through the traffic without looking. We have to jump back not to get trampled by a horse and cab crossing our path. Across the street, the woman heads south towards Piccadilly. We follow her on our side until we're able to cross. Our investigation concerns the disappearance of one Sister Manali, Wiggins huffs as we catch up. Sister Manali, yes, that's what that trollop calls herself, isn't it? Well, I hope her disappearance is of the permanent kind. Oh, she doesn't like this woman taking all her money, all her family's money. We tag along in silence for a while, unsure of what to say, until she eventually decides to continue. Well, he came to the house around 2 weeks ago and informed us, his father and me, just like that he was going to... Lady Richard swallows hard. Well, he was going to sell the house, sell his collection of trinkets up sticks, and join this Sister Malarkey to start a school for orphan girls in Calcutta. Have you ever heard such nonsense? She laughs dryly. Ugh,
I hope he's taking Alfred, or else he'll be face down in the Ganges before the first sundown. She crosses Piccadilly and takes a right towards Green Park. And he talked about it like it was some sort of great salvation, claiming that he had finally realized his destiny or some such rubbish, like the hand of God itself had come down and touched his stupid little noggin. Of all the harebrained notions he's had over the years, this certainly takes the cake. Lady Richards takes a deep breath as we enter the snow-clad Green Park, but doesn't slow down. Naturally, a great row ensued between him and Edmund, resulting in his son storming out, shouting that he would no longer let us decide his fate. My husband fell ill later that night, and he's been supine in bed ever since. Our family doctor says that his heart is failing. Another bitter laugh. Our family doctor, my son, never practiced more than 3 weeks after he received his degree. A degree, I might add, which I practically had to wring from the hands of those bloodless creatures at King's. It's an insult to the profession that he keeps the title. Not that it mattered. His father and I always had the means to support him, even when he decided to become a doctor of collecting in expensive souvenirs. And he accuses us of controlling him. I wish we would have, to be honest. Lady Richards stops at a bench and sits down, letting out a frustrated sigh. I'm very sorry to hear about your husband, Lady Richards, Wiggins tells her. Well, thank you, young man. She takes a cigarette case from her inside pocket and lights up. God, it was good to get out of the house, she said with a sigh of relief. She looks at us for a moment and smiles briefly before gazing out across the park. I should have had grandchildren by now if my son wasn't such a misfit. He simply never showed any interest in finding a wife. Well, not a suitable one anyway. She puffs on her cigarette and thinks for a moment. No, I certainly don't blame myself, but I do sometimes wonder. You see, here we go. Around the age of 18, my son became, friendly with a girl when we lived in Calcutta. Just a local girl who sold fruit at the market. It was quite a preposterous proposition. But he gave her a family heirloom of ours. We made several attempts at retrieving it, but we weren't able to locate the girl. And no wonder, of course. The thing was worth more than she'd seen in her life. Shortly afterwards, it was decided that we should move back to England. My son had a fit and ran away from the house that night. He went missing for almost a week until Alfred found him walking through the slums. We sailed for England a few weeks later. I put it down to the reckless passions of youth. He was never short of enthusiasm, I'll give him that, although he was never able to direct his energies. Anyway, it seemed that he had gotten over the matter once we arrived here. But I suppose something like that may have left a mark. She throws the cigarette stub in the snow, puts a breath mint in her mouth, and stands up. No, I won't blame myself for that. Lady Richards claps her hands and smiles at us. Now the baronet needs me at his side. She starts to walk back towards Piccadilly when she remembers something and turns around. Did you say he's in some sort of trouble? Oh, we'll let you know, madam, Wiggins replies. Okay, so Patel is the real son who's returned with the watch. And he's a bit crazy and unstable, but he is his son. And he does not like the idea of losing all that money. Well, pretty amazing that we got that we figured out and found that entry. We still might be able to find Patel somewhere, but we sure have found the key part
I mean, that was all completely within the realm of possibility, but we weren't sure. Was he a son? Was he a brother? Was he real? Was he a scam artist? Now it feels like it's fitting into place more cleanly. He really is the son, and he's just unstable. That was, as I've said, 3 or 4 times in 3 or 4 different streams over the last couple years. I've had moments where I'm like, oh, that's a clever idea. And it's never that. But we got it this time. All right. So going back to our questions. Who is Patel? Now we have a real answer. And we were right. We were right to believe that we had to, that had a better answer to it than what we could come up with. That's a little bit of credit to the designers here in phrasing that question. By asking who is Patel, it's kind of suggesting that you have to have a good answer to that. Your answer can't be, he might be the son, he might be the brother, he might be a scam artist, right? That's actually a very subtle point from a game design perspective. By saying who is this person, the author is communicating there is a correct answer. There is a correct answer. Okay, so now we know he's the son. No question mark about it. Son, period. Now, and then he had the argument with his father at the museum that he stormed off and he was about to give her all the money. So I think it seems fairly clear that we know all the answers to these questions now. I believe we do. I'm not saying that there aren't more entries in here that we could narrow down Patel, get more information about Patel. Like someone finding him being angry about this specific inheritance. But I think that's overkill. I think we can probably look at the answers. But what we'll do is, since it's been an hour since the last one, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, we'll read the answers, and then we'll talk about the case. So I'll see you, last break, in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are wrapping up our playthrough of part 2 of The Homecoming, a fan-made Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case. I think we're going to have plenty to say about it, but first it's time to read the questions and answer them. We've got our answers here. That was Glenn Whipple. So there's our questions and answers. The name of the dead man, Glenn Whipple. He died of natural causes. Where is she? She's in Whipple's grave. Apologize that you can't see this stuff very well, but you all know it because we've been playing it together. Who is Patel, the son of Richards? Who killed Sister Manali? Why? Patel, for his, I put inheritance to prevent loss of support. Also, he seems to be mentally unstable. So that's exacerbating all this. And then why was her body taken away and hidden? To protect Patel from investigation. All right, here we go. Let's look at our answers. So, answer to 1, let's do it this way if we can. The answer to 1 was Glenn Whipple. Where is Sister Manelli? In the grave of Glenn Whipple. Who is Patel? Dr. Richard's son. So far all correct. Who killed Sister Manelli and why? Here we go. Patel killed her in fear that his father would donate all his assets to Sister Manelli's charity. There we go. Oh, sorry. I should have asked the channel to... I should have asked the channel if everyone was in agreement. I have completely forgot about that step. And lastly, why was Sister Manali's body taken away and hidden? Does anyone want to make a different answer to that before I reveal it? I'll give you your chance to anyone to disagree with the theory that it was to protect Patel. It seems like we were all in agreement we took till the end for us to all get in full agreement. But I feel like we were basically on board. This was a real group play. So I feel like we were all meshed as one mind by the time we got the end. Okay. Why was Sister Manali's body taken away and hidden? To protect Patel from being accused of the murder. So we got it all correct. This was a real teamwork. Good work. Good work, team. That was serious. All right, let's see. Is there an epilogue? Of course there is. There's a solution. It's a long solution by Sherlock Holmes. This is actually looks like it's done in standard style where it's telling us how many steps Sherlock Holmes could have figured it out. Okay, let us read it. Yeah, good work, team, for sure. As we arrive at 221B Baker Street, we find an identical scene to our last visit, with Holmes and Lestrade standing by the fireplace and Watson in his armchair. Right, so is everyone here, Holmes says as he sees us enter. I will now give my account of my investigations. We gather around the fireplace, happy to be out of the cold again. Holmes starts pacing the room as he relates the events of the day. My first stop was H.R. Murray of Scotland Yard. I immediately realized that the body of the man found in Southwark Park had not been murdered at all, at least not on the night in question. The strong smell of decomposing flesh coming from his body, in combination with the lack of bloodstains on the knife and the clothes, suggested that the person had been dead for at least a few days prior to the stabbing.
The cotton cord strapped around his jaw, especially in combination with his well-kept and newly mended garments, suggested a body slated for burial. If the man's body had been taken right before his own funeral, and no one had noticed it, it follows that the funeral had been performed satisfactorily without him in the casket. Someone had used him to stage a murder, displaying the body in a place where it was sure to be found. Furthermore, it was clear that they wanted the victim to remain anonymous, as they had disfigured his face beyond recognition. I was convinced that was what had happened, and I had my guesses about the purpose of such a staging, which we'll come to later. However, there was one clue which didn't fit in with the fake murder, and that was the very real blood on the shawl discovered close by. The man found in the park was long dead, but someone else had come to harm that night. Furthermore, if one wants to stage a murder, there are simpler ways than stealing a man groomed to be buried and performing a mock funeral. After all, there's no shortage of anonymous people dying in London. No, this seemed to me to have been a spontaneous crime of opportunity, an opportunity come upon while tidying up the loose ends of another misdeed. Thus the man's burial had taken place, but with the body of someone else in the coffin. Not wanting to waste my time on what was, after all, no more than an unusually gruesome prank, I informed Inspector Lestrade here of my findings, as his constabulary is more suitable to this form of brute force investigation. Having glanced through the papers, I suggested to him that the dead man's name may have been Whipple, a planned burial that at least fit the timeline. I turned my own efforts to the actual murder and the unknown buried person. My only clues were the bloodied shawl and the knife, which I suspected had been possessions of the victim, one used intentionally as a feigned murder weapon and the other left there by accident when faking the murder. I was looking for a missing person, most likely a woman, who could have been the likely owner. There were no official reports of people missing, but as I scoured the newspapers, I found a notice of a cancelled lecture by one Sister Manali at the Anglo-Indian Club. It struck me that a woman of Indian origin, or at least someone with a flair for the styles of the colonies, would be a perfect fit. On visiting the club, my suspicions were confirmed. Sister Manali had indeed gone missing. My next stop was the Midland Grand Hotel, where she had last been seen. She had been staying at the hotel and receiving visitors throughout the day on Saturday. On examining her room, I found garments similar to the shawl from Southwark Park. The room also had a window towards an alley, which presented the possibility that her body had been disposed of that way, if indeed this was the place where she had been murdered. Alas, the room had been cleaned since the time that Sister Manali went missing, so there were no further clues to be found in the room. In addition, the desk clerk informed me that Sister Manali had left the hotel in the evening. I went to see Martin Shank, who was working the shift when she was supposed to have left. He informed me, crucially, that no one had in fact seen Sister Manali leave. Her key had simply been left on the reception desk with a note. This did, at least, not contradict the theory that she had been killed in her room, and I decided that this would be my first line of inquiry, which Inspector Lestrade here has proven was correct. Holmes hands over to Lestrade, who has a look in his notebook before starting. Right, yes, says the inspector. Well, Mr. Holmes has indeed proven once again that his guesswork constitutes an invaluable contribution to the Scotland Yard. Following his hunch, we visited several undertakers and cemeteries and eventually stumbled on, Mr. Hiram Dannenberg. It didn't take much to discover his involvement. In fact, the man broke down as soon as the police set one foot inside the door. At first, his account was rather incoherent, but when he had sobered up, he eventually confessed that A gang of men with whom he had had some prior dealings had brought him the dead body of a woman in the early morning as he was preparing for the funeral of one, Glenn Whipple, yes. The men threatened to hurt Mr. Dannenberg if he wouldn't agree to replacing the body of Mr. Whipple with that of the woman. Mr. Dannenberg gave us the name of Billy Bottle. We swiftly located the men in a yard on St. Leonard Road and apprehended them. After some persuading, we have our methods, the men confessed to the crime. Early on Saturday evening, they had been approached at the Anchor by an older gentleman whom they described as, a toff. The gentleman had offered a substantial sum of money to collect a body in the alley next to the Midland Grand Hotel and make sure that it never saw the light of day again. Disguised as dustmen, they transported the body in the night to Mr. Dannenberg's place, where the events described earlier then took place. We were never able to establish the identity of the man who hired them, but Mr. Holmes will explain that, I assume? Lestrade looks at Holmes.
But what about the staged murder in Southwark Park? Dr. Watson asks the inspector. Did you find out why that was done?
Apparently, there was a minor dispute over what to do with Mr. Whipple's body, and in the spur of the moment, someone suggested staging that scene in the park using the knife.
But why?
Watson insists. The inspector reluctantly continues. It would seem to have been, He nods in admittance to Holmes.
An attempt to foster ill will against the Indian lascars who threatened the livelihood of our British dock workers and ship's crews, a line of work that several of the men were engaged in. Personally, I do have some sympathy for that, agreeing that this is a serious matter worthy of some attention. If nothing is done, well, but whatever merits the argument may have, the Scotland Yard, this is Lestrade, condemns this method of, the Scotland Yard condemns this crime, and indeed all crime.
Well, thank you, Inspector. Holmes smiles politely at Lestrade before continuing his account.
As I already stated, I worked on the assumption that Sister Manali had been killed in her room. Now, the Midland Grand Hotel is a large establishment with many rooms, and for a would-be killer to attempt to locate Sister Manali's room at random would be much too risky. It followed that it would have had to have been one of her visitors, whom the desk clerks had been instructed to inform of the room number as they arrived. Martin Shank had also told me of another visitor not on the list, an extravagantly dressed Indian man. My suspicions fell on him.
Lestrade nods.
Oh, not because of his origins, Holmes continues, but because it would seem unwise of any of the other four to commit such a crime when they were listed in the hotel registry. Furthermore, if any of them were indeed guilty, the person coming after them would, on finding Sister Manali's missing, at least have gone back down to the reception desk and asked for more information. They would not simply have left. In that sense, everyone was in the clear, except for the last visitor, Dr. Richards. So my next stop was his residence. He informed me that he had gone to see Sister Manali, but that she hadn't been there, and so he had gone back home. It was in itself suspicious that he hadn't tried to find out where she had gone. Neither of the desk clerks had mentioned that. But even more suspicious was the fact that the time of his visit was before the time that Sister Manali left her key at the desk. He didn't strike me as a man capable of murder, but the way he told the story did not ring true. Then there was also the fact that his butler, Alfred, was hovering close by during my interview, and I noticed a subtle communication between the two men when Dr. Richards gave his account. Wanting to find out more about the man and whether I was mistaken in my instincts about his innocent nature, I came upon the idea to visit his parents. His mother, a secret smoker, informed me of her son's sudden plans to donate all his wealth to help Sister Manali start a school for girls in Calcutta. She also related a story about a love affair with an Indian girl that Dr. Richards had as a young man. It was all in line with his character, which during my short visit had revealed itself to be on the one hand childishly spontaneous, and on the other beset by a deep sadness. It did not, however, fit with the proposition that he would murder Sister Manali. But my suspicions still weren't dispersed, and I needed to find out more about the recent events in the household of Dr. Richards. I remembered him mentioning a housekeeper who had resigned a short while earlier. I tracked her down, and she, Miss Vera Ballard, confirmed what I already knew about the character of Dr. Richards. But she also told me of another person whom the doctor hadn't mentioned. And this was an Indian man by the name of Patel who had arrived at the house some months earlier. For some reason unknown to Miss Ballard, Dr. Richard had invited him to stay and taken upon himself to educate him. Patel had proceeded to treat the house as his own, tyrannizing the servants, and apparently developing some rather extravagant taste in food as well as clothes. At this point, I remembered another crucial clue, the watch. Dr. Richards' mother had told me that her son had given the Indian girl a family heirloom, and Dr. Richards, in one of his frequent rants, had shown me a watch that he said had been in his family for hundreds of years. I realized that this watch was the heirloom that his mother spoke of and which he had given to his love all those years ago. Now, if it was once again in his possession, these facts would explain the curious way in which he welcomed Patel. Dr. Richard had fathered a son with a young woman in Calcutta, and this son, now grown, had managed to make his way to England and confront his father using the watch to prove his identity. Dr. Richards, being the man he is, would have taken his son in wholeheartedly, albeit not officially. This would obviously cause a scandal. My guess was that it provided him relief from his existential torment concerning his lost love. Patel settled in, enjoying the riches of his new station in life without the restraint that education affords, and perhaps with a sense of righteous vengeance. This, in turn, would provide a motive for the murder. After some time, perhaps gradually realizing that the arrangement didn't give him the peace of mind he desired, Dr. Richards found a new cure for his sorrows in Sister Manali and her mission in Calcutta, making plans to sell off his assets and perhaps even move to Calcutta to join her work. For Patel, these new plans were a direct threat to the style of living he had already grown accustomed to and considered himself deserving of. I now had all the pieces, and I saw fit to inform the Scotland Yard of my findings. They have since apprehended the guilty parties, who have confirmed what I already concluded, with the exception of a few minor facts. The chain of events were as follows. On the Saturday before Dr. Richards' appointment at the Midland Grand Hotel, Patel and he has an argument at the British Museum over the doctor's plans to donate his wealth to Sister Manali. The argument ends with Patel storming out. He goes immediately to the hotel, arriving at 3:15, when Martin Shank reports seeing him. He confronts Sister Manali in her room, and in a passionate rage he grabs a knife, an ornament belonging to Sister Manali, and stabs the woman to death and flees. Dr. Richards arrives for his appointment, finds the body, and immediately realizes what has happened. At this point, Dr. Richards is unable to decide on a proper way to deal with a situation that could end with his long-lost son going to prison. Furthermore, I suspect he has an aversion to the sight of blood, which may explain his failure to practice as a medical doctor despite his education. So he simply locks the door and leaves, bringing the key with him. He goes home to ask his butler Alfred for help. Now, Alfred is a man who has been working for the Richards family ever since the doctor was a young man, and it's quite possible that he knows and sympathizes with his master's sorrow concerning his lost love. But above all, he is a man on whom Dr. Richards, who, if you forgive me, seems to be hopelessly inept in all things practical, has come to rely on for the handling of pretty much every aspect of his life. Anyway, it seems that Dr. Richards' love for his newly found son was stronger than his conscience, and it was decided that the murder needed to be covered up at all costs. So the butler, ever loyal, travels back to the hotel to clean up at the murder scene. He dumps the body through the bathroom window into the alley below, locks the door to the room, and leaves the key with a note in the reception on his way out at around 5:30. He then goes to arrange to have the body disposed of, and he was the man who came to the Anchor and hired Billy Bottle and his men. Having finished his account, Holmes goes to sit in an armchair and looks around at us. "Well," Dr. Watson says, "let's hope this news in the morning paper will go some way to ease the tension of the last few days." "Yes, Watson, I'm confident that it will. This really goes to show how irresistible the persuasive mechanisms of the tribal instincts are. At the merest opportunity, men of otherwise sound mind will join in the frenzied collective condemnation of others as savage brutes or evil charlatans, without any consideration as to whether the evidence surrounding the crime supports such a conclusion or not, guided only by their preconceived notions of peoples they know barely anything about." "Indeed it does, Holmes," Watson comments. There is silence while we all contemplate this. After a few moments, Lestrade clears his throat. "But it does seem to me that in the present case, these preconceived notions that you speak of are not completely—" "Yes," Holmes interrupts. "Well, in real life, there isn't always a clear moral to a story. For my own part, I prefer to let greater minds deal with ethical conundrums of that sort, choosing to focus my energies wholly on the craft of deduction." A self-satisfied smile plays on Inspector Lestrade's lips. There is our epilogue. Sherlock Holmes solved the Sister Manali case by following 7 leads. Lestrade and his colleagues cleared up the major uncertainties by visiting well over 25 locations. Now let's look at the credits here. Written by Pelle Holmgren and Richard Schicke, or however you pronounce it, with initial and invaluable contributions by Nina Sigurd. Layout by Anna-Lena Brunel and Pelle Holmgren. Image credits. Thank you to our test detectives, Felix Holmgren, Marcus Carlson, Anders Gustafsson, the original creator, Suzanne Goldberg, Gary Grady, Raymond Edwards. I always forget to give credit to Raymond Edwards. Board Game Geeks, Dave C. Dave C. is the person who did the map of the East. Then creators of the Custom Mysteries Creation Pack. These are people who made some art packs and layout packs and font stuff for people who want to make fan cases. Actor Jeremy Brett, don't know Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, all contributors to the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective community. All right, so there we have it. Don't give your thoughts yet. We're going to take a... Let's see. Do I have a 3-minute break? 3-minute break, and then we'll give our final thoughts.
Okay, so time for some final thoughts on The Homecoming. We played it over 2 nights, 7 hours this session, 6 hours last session, so you're looking at about 13 hours. Let's look at some comments from the chat. Starting with our author, Pele, making some comments. I see that I don't have my automatic here. Let's just walk through. It's actually probably better for me to do it just by showing the chat. Okay, Anna says, what a great case, superb writing, good storyline, lots of details, real characters, believable red herrings here and there, all the stuff you'd want from a game like this. 500 JWT talks about the idea of reading the epilogue before checking the answers. That's an interesting idea. We could talk about that. That might be a good question for the Q&A at some point. Jonathan says, overall, very solid writing, lots of distinct characters and humor. Really enjoyed the challenge in the second half, although might be a bit too difficult for some groups. Anna says, true, it's not a beginner case, but an advanced one, and thank God for that. We need those. Jonathan says, the only real piece of advice I have for the next case is maybe to make the intro itself a little more engaging. Could have used maybe a little more emotional investment or some unreconcilable facts. That's an interesting point. This case definitely had a different flavor to it. All right, well, let me give some of my thoughts while you guys are thinking about stuff. It's a good segue, though. This really did feel, there are several aspects of this case that were different. Let me back up. I thought this was an amazing case. The writing, we play these games for the writing and the dialogue and the story and feeling like you're traveling in time to a different place, different time, different place. And boy, did that really capture it. This has everything we want in these games. The dialogue felt so period appropriate. And, there are words that we don't know, that everything feels right and just so enjoyable to be in that world. So there's that. Now let's talk about where this is different. This is one of the longer cases. We've played a couple of cases now, some fan cases that are longer. And for me, that's such a special experience to be able to play these long ones. And this really required the whole team to be working and firing on all cylinders. You can see it's very easy for one person to miss something. And as Jonathan and Anna have said, this is not a beginner case. This really had some real challenges to it. There were a couple of actual structural differences, though, here that worked and were a bit surprising, clever, and worth recognizing. The first one was something that shocked me a little, or went against one of my assumptions. I've been saying that the games that get the experience right all have one common feature, which is a variety of lengths of clues, leads, that some that are long, like 2 pages long, and some that are short. And occasionally we play one of these where I really miss the absence of long entries. Like we'll play a case and it'll have like 1 page long entry and everything else will be fairly short. What was unusual here is that we've got a case that's almost all super long entries. Like the differences here are between a long entry and a really long entry. But there's almost no short entries in this entire case. That really felt different. It felt different to me reading it. I don't know how it came across. Again, that's one of the hardest things pills to swallow if you're watching instead of playing, in that you have to hear me read it across the screen. You'd be better off with a better narrator. But either way, it's an area where you might suffer, whereas for me, I feel like we're reading more. It was more of a book experience, and you could see that was from start to finish. Every entry was long, and then some really long ones. And then you could see in the epilogue, it carried right through. That was a very long epilogue. And you might worry about that, whether you can keep people's interest through that. But here, the writing is so good that it's just a treat. It's like reading a real novel here. And just to dwell a little bit on the quality of the writing, Jonathan said it too. It's one thing to have great quality writing, but it's another thing to pull off one of the things that these games do at their best, which is you're having little encounters with different characters. Almost every encounter is with someone new. Occasionally you talk to someone a couple times, which is nice, but you're meeting a new person each time. And when they work, they're enjoyable because you're meeting new characters, new, interesting, fun characters in all different walks of life, from the highest to the lowest. And this game, the writing here was really very good. And there was a lot of humor, a lot of subtle humor with sort of timing beats that were enjoyable. Like, I remember a couple of my favorite parts. I wrote some of them down, but I do remember a couple of my favorite parts. One was just a very subtle one where we go to talk to the hotel clerk at the overworked hotel clerk at the Grand Hotel. And in another case, you might get a short thing and it would communicate that he's overworked. But here, the writer is taking their time. And we get several moments where the guy's sort of overworked and he's sort of like exasperated that he's having to talk to us. And at one point, he's like, okay, let's wrap this up. And we say, we'd like to see the room. And he pauses. And then he's like, all right, just take the key. You just go do it. Whatever you're going to do, come back, bring me the key. Just very subtle moments that I found very good. And there were some other parts. There was another scene where the restaurant guy tells us about his business, and he tells us a little about his business. Then he tells us the story when the guy came in with the coconut. It was a funny scene, and then it had a little punchline when he finally wraps up. He's like, "Okay, now what do you guys have?" And we're like, "We're not here to eat." And he's like, "Get out." Some really nice scenes, some clever dialogue when Meeks tells us, it's like a puzzle. You put all the pieces together. There's a lot of you. You each do one piece. You'll have it together in no time. Some very nice, clever stuff. All right. Now, there were some other interesting things. It was a very nice touch to have an extra map. Very sort of luxury Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case. Really fun to play on this other map. With some nice spatial stuff. Right in the beginning, we were told someone took a shortcut. We could figure that out. There was a spatial puzzle with the hotel where we looked out the window. We could see the alley, so we went and checked out that one. Those are always really enjoyable. Let's check in with the chat, then I'll give you some more thoughts I have. Jonathan says, the passages were long, but not crammed with so many clues that one gets overwhelmed. That's a great point. Some of the games that have tried to have very long, difficult clues are just overwhelmed with facts and details, and you sort of burn out.
Martinez Conradi, who has written some of my favorite Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, says, no crits for me. Great case, writing's fabulous, humorous, and captivating. Perfect for the period. And Tina says there was research behind all the India references. That's a great point. There was an interesting discussion of the politics, and not only the politics, the sociology and psychology of how the different people related to India. It was actually some interesting commentary. The one guy had sort of a childish utopian view of India. The other guy was like, you have to take a commercial interest. He was all about the practicality of it. It was interesting to have their different takes on it. And that's one of the things we love about these games is you're learning about the history of the time and the attitudes, learning about the attitudes of the people in the time. And this one had a really nice mix. It was sort of, didn't have a morality to it, just letting us enjoy the different spectrum of opinions. Jonathan says, I'm not as concerned as some are about leaking info by clues being grouped by address, so I'm not sure I felt the need for the lookup table. That being said, the lookup table worked very well. Well, I mean, Jonathan and I tend to be on the same wavelength with these things, and I think I'm on the same exact wavelength as Jonathan there. I didn't feel like I needed it, but it was done very well. And I wrote a little note about one thing, why it was done well. What did I put? Oh, that was the other clever little detail. When you found the entry that the table told you to look at, and the nice table, because it's a grid, was easy to use. But when you found the entry, it confirmed to you the actual location. So if you went to 24 Northwest, and it told you to look up clue 65, when you got to 65, it confirmed that, yes, you're here for 24 Northwest. It helped avoid making mistakes. And the 2-column layout, I have to say, like, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes if you're just playing it yourself. For me, streaming it, the double column is what makes it possible for me to fit it on a split screen. So that's a sort of specialist comment, but I really do appreciate it. And it says, I think the beginning was interesting. We thought it would be about the dock workers and their war with the foreigners. Yes, it was interesting that there was this twist. As Jonathan says, the introduction to the case was very mild. It was kind of like, there's this dead body. It's not a big deal. And then it sort of left us on our own. So one of the things that was interesting, now I think we ended up with we had an amazing finale where we struggled to find this one key clue, and we got it right as the last clue we got as we were running out of energy. We found the mother, and it was really the perfect ending finale scene. Now, it's easy to see. We also went to Murray, the criminologist, at the very end, and many groups will go to him very early and very early know that there's another dead body. So we did some things in some little weird orders that these are very subjective games. You could see a different group not having as wonderful a finale as we had. And we were getting our stamina tested during this second session. There were absolutely times when we were sort of like, should we just turn to the questions? Are we done? The questions were done nicely enough, well enough, that it actually gave us pause so that we went back. And that's a testament to the end questions. I will say, if I'm looking for some suggestions, it's a suggestion I make very frequently, that there should be more questions. It always surprises me when there's so many interesting mysteries involved and the questions don't touch on them. It just seems like a very easy thing to do. And Space Cowboys pioneered this. Why not have some secondary questions like, where did the flower come from? And where are the gang members, and who hired
the gang members. There's a bunch of things that are explained in the epilogue, and I just wonder, why not have those as questions? But on the other hand, there's no score for the questions here, and having said that, I don't really care. Those were all questions that we implicitly felt the need to answer. But it might be nice. I suppose I would say, let me revise that. I was seeming to wrap up saying, well, you can put more questions or you don't have to, no big deal. But I do think there's a value in having those questions, because when you have those questions, like let's say your question was, secondary questions, make clear that they're not as important. But if you said, who hired the bad guys and where are the bad guys now, things like that, who left the flower, the one advantage of that is you're communicating to the player, hey, there's stuff for you to find that maybe you didn't find. Because a big challenge in these games is knowing when you've found everything. Because you don't want to waste hours and hours trying to find something that you can't find. And so I think one of the real goals should be to have those end questions be such that you're communicating to the players the things they could have found. And in fact, that question about who is Patel was absolutely critical to us. If it had not phrased it that way, we would have ended this case without finding that critical last finale scene. And that would have been sad. Now, we haven't looked for other scenes we've missed, but that was important. And that was a very cleverly hidden clue. Some groups are going to find that right away. They'll look up Richards in the white pages and immediately find multiple and visit them. We sort of got lucky in that we didn't think to do that until the end when we got stuck. And we had a fun moment where we cleverly realized, maybe we can find the relatives. So there's that. Let's see. The question, who is Patel, gives away that you should have found a Patel. And it could be in two parts. There's a suggestion in the story for a break. It could be more explicit, like this ends part one or something. More question would be nice. The way the Sherlock Holmes cases now tend to do it is they have supplemental questions. They have secondary questions that are of less importance. So you could say these are optional. You don't have to answer them. Now, I really liked the intermission idea. That was very clever, I thought, and very subtle, well done, fit right into the story. If you'll remember, we got to it, and it basically was Lestrade interrupting us when we got into the hotel saying, you guys should maybe take a break, take a rest. I figured some stuff out. It was a very fun moment where the game was sort of telling us we could take a break here, but it was also telling the characters in the game they could take a break. I thought it was really well done, really nice. Never seen that before, to my memory, in any of the games we've played. Very nice. It's interesting, in the beginning of the case, the game doesn't give it away. The game says there's a halfway point. You'll see it when you're told about it. But it was actually really well done here. The other thing here that was interesting was, and I'm not sure all groups will experience it like that, but one of the things that really worked here that was interesting is we really did have two halves of the game that felt different. Like, the first half was trying to understand what was going on and find leads and basically get a good picture of what was going on. And then we hit the hotel, and our second half was felt much more of like a proof situation, where we had and in fact, it felt like the first half, we were theorizing about things, but it felt like we kind of were slowly making our way to understanding the case on a sort of linear trajectory. We were understanding it more and more and more. Okay, we know the other woman. Now we know she's killed. Now we know who it is. It was sort of like we were uncovering the facts that were all pointing us in a certain direction. So they all went pointing us in a certain direction. Then we got to the halfway point and we were like, now we've got a couple options. We think we know who did it, but we're not really, or we think we know who got killed and how, but we don't know who did it, what their motivations were. And then that whole second part felt very different from the first part. It felt more of an active, how do we distinguish between these possibilities? And it was much more of a feeling of, how are we going to get the information to let us know whether it's A or B? How are we going to get the information to prove that he's either really the son or a scam artist? How are we going to get the information to prove that it was Patel that killed him or this person that killed him? Just a very different feeling. And in some sense, that's a little different than what I've identified as our favorite mechanic in these games, which this game didn't really have much of, although it had a little bit in the second part. But my favorite system for these games is one that Dave Neal has really embraced, and that is, I've talked about this before, the sort of scene of the crime that makes no sense, and Jonathan alluded to this too when talking about the beginning. So the beginning of this case, we had a body that was propped up on a fence with a knife, and there were no details that didn't make sense. Like any detail, we figured out. Like, okay, the body's old, we anticipated that. The best of these cases, the best system for these cases are some of the things that Dave Neal has pulled off, where you're like, that makes no sense. This is like the traditional, the man's hanging from the rope with the water underneath him. Like, you're like, how? I can't think of any explanation to explain this scene. And it takes you the whole game to finally go, oh, the one possibility is this. This game, we didn't have that, at least for most of it. We had a little bit of it with psychology, which maybe is worth talking about. But for the most part here, we didn't have that experience. We had a very different experience. It was much more of a flavor of, in that second half, how are we going to just figure out whether it was this or this? It's not that we were searching for one consistent explanation. We had a bunch of potentially consistent explanations. However, the little asterisk there is we had some cool moments here where the psychology didn't feel right with our explanation. And Anna was sort of in charge of that. Anna said, look, it's clearly the butler who hired them. But Anna is very focused on what's realistic for characters in their time and place to do. And Anna was saying, look, you guys have a problem. There's a problem with your theory. The butler is not going to cover up for some fraudulent kid, spoiled kid who has no business being in the house. The butler's not going to risk everything for that. He's got loyalty to the master of the house, but why would he do this for him? And we had a similar thing with our guy, the doctor, Richard. We were like, why is he going to kill her? When we were thinking he was the person who killed her. So there were some moments like that where we had this, our best theory had flaws. And it was fun to have that contradiction of those flaws and it take us a while to figure out how to reconcile them. Okay, so a couple more small critiques. You heard me talk about the answers on the same page as the questions upside down. Like, for a game that is so polished and has set up the clues so that they're in random orders on a table,
I think you should be careful not to have those answers on that same page. Give the people a chance to read the questions and then go back out without stumbling upon reading the answers by accident. Another thing is that there were several entries. There were some things in the newspaper that we thought we should be able to find. Not that they should have been relevant for us, but just it seemed like it was weird that they weren't there. Like all of the mentions of watches, and yet we couldn't visit the watch places. Same thing with the Undertaker. There was one Undertaker mentioned twice, and we couldn't visit that. That was a little weird. Again, it didn't need it. It could just have a couple lines of entry there. But on the other hand, there was some real skill here, like with that watch. Some real skill in the writing. This is that touch that some of you writers who make these cases, Martinez had it, and these Pele and Richard have it as well, where we could tell that the watch was significant. There was just enough discussion of it that we knew we were missing something. It was mentioned when he was waving it, getting it to the house. Sometimes it's a very delicate balance between hitting the people over the head with telling them they need to figure something out, and then it being a red herring, and there's always enough red herrings that you're not sure. But we really suspected that watch was related to telling us whether Patel was a scam artist, a brother, a son. And we struggled to find that watch. We tried to go to the watchmakers in the newspaper. We tried to go to the watchmakers in general. We tried to go to pawn shops. We really thought hard about it. Now, in the end, we did figure out why the watch was so significant. But it's credit to the writers and designers that there was enough of a nudge there, to enough of a fish on a hook, that we kept following it. Jonathan said something that I thought was useful. John says, I really enjoyed the two-way readings that led us to believe Patel might have been Richard's secret lover. That was really actually nice. That was actually really quite good. Which brings us to another moment in these games that's so enjoyable. And this may be one of these things that designers may not always think about, but is worth thinking about if you're making a game like this. One of the really enjoyable things, which capitalizes on human cognitive habits, is to lead players to make the wrong conclusions at first. One benefit of that is that we tend to perseverate. We get stuck on a way of thinking about something. And we got really stuck on the idea that Patel, that the Indian, was his lover. And a couple of gossipy people really nudged us in that direction, thinking like, he's a bit of an eccentric, never tried to get married, really nudged us in that direction. We just went right into it. And one of the reasons that's so enjoyable is it sticks you. You get stuck in that rut, but you have to keep an open mind. This is a real danger of real detectives get locked into one theory of the case. And that's very dangerous as a detective. You must keep an open mind. And it is fun to be in that rut and then be like, as you're talking about it to your fellow detectives, be like, that's where it helps to have multiple people, because someone else can say, you guys got to shift off this theory. It doesn't hold up anymore. Or I don't quite buy it. Or here's an alternative. And that's a fun moment when you shift out of that rut and you finally say, okay, things are not working. our current theory is not working. There are too many contradictions. What if we shift this explanation? And that happened a few times in this case, but Jonathan, that's a great example Jonathan brought up. When we thought one thing in the beginning, his relationship, and then it slowly started to make sense. And then, of course, lots of great clues here about how Jonathan, had to remember that he took him to the museum from the cab logs. Cab logs were nice. They didn't require us to do hours of work plotting things out. They just required a little bit deeper thinking, and then it all made sense. Really, really extraordinary case, and an honor to be one of the first groups to have played it. Other thoughts from the channel? Any other suggestions, criticism, things that they could work on and improve? It's really pretty hard to improve it. That table, that one entry with the West India docks, though, is a little bit scary. It was a really good thing that Pele told me, caught that mistake, because that's why these games have to be play tested. But other than that, there were a couple typos here and there, but I don't understand how you people are making these cases so good on your first passes with no playtesters. I really find that startling that these cases Martinez is making cases like this too, that are so good, that are so well calibrated. Okay, looks like Richard has joined us. Richard says, been working at the end here. Thank you so much for playing this. What a great team you've been. Agree with the crits, especially supplementary and questions. John says, yeah, I'd play another case. I mean, I'd play the hell out of more of these cases. Fella says, it helps being two people writing each other's text. It's quite remarkable that you two collaborated on this. This feels like a singular vision. So the fact that you two managed to pull this off and write so much text and have it seem so consistent. There was never even the hint that we were reading the writing of two different people. It all felt very consistent, very coherent, all of the same style. So, yeah. $500 JWT says, I would not have guessed there were two writers. And Tina is making a comment about the takes my goat when we talked to Vera, the housekeeper, who was very reserved, and then she started going on to what the behavior that got her goat. Pella says, credits for the final idiomatic touch to the writing should go to Richard. Jonathan is thanking our other people who joined us, Ginny and 500 JWT. Boy, this is every once in a while we play a case which makes me really realize how fortunate I am to have such a good group of people to play with, and how much more enjoyable it is to play these games with a good group. And this has been one of those cases where I really have appreciated it and appreciate the opportunity I have to play these games, that these games exist, to be joined by the authors. I feel lucky. Other comments from the chat. Well, this is your final chance. Anyone who wants to say anything else, get on the record, make any suggestions. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up. You'll remember that at 3 p.m. we'll play the Murders by Mail Blinded Murder case. Anna says, was one of our best plays. Pelly says, I was rather worried when you, Jesse, thought it'd be too unfeasible that the two dead bodies had turned up at the same time in the same place, but the feeling of yours luckily resided after a while. It's got to be scary as the author to watch some of these playthroughs, because it's fairly common for me to completely rule out something as being ridiculous and then sort of come around to it once you tweak the details a little bit. So it's got to be hard. You got to be thinking like, oh my God, they're never going to figure it out, or they're going down the wrong path, or they missed something or made a mistake. It's just the nature of these games that you have to sometimes make mistakes and get stuck for a while. We got stuck a bunch in this game on the second half where we really had to dig deep to find some stuff, but we did. All right. So I'll see some of you later today at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Remember that next week we'll be playing another Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case. And March 26th, I'll be doing a live Q&A. If you've got questions for me, you can post them early in the Board Game Geek Guild section. Again, thanks to Pele and Richard and everyone for joining me. I'll see you on the next stream.